Good evening. Welcome to the regular meeting of the Board of Trustees. Today is January 28th, 2025. The time right now is 6:02 p.m. here at the Central Unified School District, District Office Room 13. As we call the meeting to order, let the attendance show. Currently, we are missing Trustee Kerfond. All others are in attendance. Do I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
Second.
We have a motion by Trustee Sellers, a second by Trustee Sidhu. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Those abstaining, motion carries 6-0. At this time, we'll take any comments from the public on any closed session items.
Board President, 30 seconds have passed, and we have no callers at this time.
Thank you. And with that, we will go ahead and move to closed session and reconvene and open at 7 p.m. Thank you.
Test, test. Yeah, so if I'm just right here and I'm talking,
Okay, let me try it.
but when you're talking down at your paper, it's less likely to pick. Yeah, well, you know,
Do you
you
want to
want to
see?
set it here,
Okay, let's try.
but clear and
I'm gonna have to.
Evening board president saying, oh yeah, this
Yeah.
works.
Good evening, Central Unified Community. Welcome to the regular meeting of the Board of Trustees. Today is January 28th, 2025. The time is now 7:03 p.m. Our actions from closed session included item E2. We had a motion by Trustee Carrillo, a second by Trustee Sellers. Item passed 7-0. On item E3, a motion by Trustee Sellers, a second by Trustee Kerfan. Item passed 7-0. And finally, on E4, on case number CSRA 2425.03, we had a motion by Trustee Carrillo, a second by Trustee Kerfan, and the item passed 7-0. And with that, I'll ask Vice President Carrillo to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please stand. Ready? Salute.
Thank you. And can I invite Senor Lazo and Sardani Mujinder Sekho to share with us our community engagement information?
Good evening. If you wish to address the board, please call 559-276-3150 or fill out a request form provided on the table near the entrance and submit it to the clerk of the board prior to the meeting. If you wish to speak on an item on the agenda, please do so when that item is called. If you wish to speak on an item not on the agenda, you may speak during the public comment section of the agenda. Si desea dirigirse a la mesa directiva, llame al número 559-276-3150 o complete un formulario de solicitud provisto en la mesa cerca de la entrada y preséntelo al secretario de la mesa directiva antes de la reunión. Se permitirán comentarios públicos relacionados con los temas de la agenda cuando se llame el tema. Los comentarios públicos sobre un tema que no está en la agenda se permitirán durante la sección de comentarios públicos de la agenda. The district welcomes other language speakers to the board meetings. Anyone planning to attend and needing an interpreter for a language other than Spanish should call 559-274-4700, extension 10150, by noon on the Friday preceding the board meeting or at least 48 hours in advance of the meeting so arrangements can be made for an interpreter. El distrito da la bienvenida a las personas que hablan otros idiomas a las reuniones de la mesa directiva. Cualquier persona que planifique asistir y necesite un intérprete para un idioma que no sea español, llame al 559-274-4700, extensión 10150, el viernes antes de la reunión y antes de mediodía, o por lo menos 48 horas antes de la reunión para poder hacer los arreglos para la interpretación. Thank you.
ਸਤਿ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ। ਜੇਕਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬੋਰਡ ਨੂੰ ਸੰਬੋਧਿਤ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਤਾਂ 559-276-3150 ਤੇ ਕਾਲ ਕਰੋ ਜਾਂ ਐਂਟਰੀ ਦਰਵਾਜ਼ੇ ਦੇ ਨੇੜੇ ਟੇਬਲ ਤੇ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਗਏ ਇੱਕ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਫਾਰਮ ਨੂੰ ਭਰੋ ਅਤੇ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇਸ ਨੂੰ ਬੋਰਡ ਦੇ ਕਲਰਕ ਕੋਲ ਜਮ੍ਹਾਂ ਕਰੋ। ਜੇਕਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਏਜੰਡੇ ਦੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਵੀ ਵਿਸ਼ੇ ਤੇ ਬੋਲਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਤਾਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਏਜੰਡੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਸ ਵਿਸ਼ੇ ਦੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਆਵੇ ਤਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉਸ ਬਾਰੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਵਿਚਾਰ ਸਾਂਝੇ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ। ਜੇਕਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਏਜੰਡੇ ਤੋਂ ਇਲਾਵਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਹੋਰ ਵਿਸ਼ੇ ਤੇ ਬੋਲਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਤਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਏਜੰਡੇ ਦੇ ਜਨਤਕ ਟਿੱਪਣੀ ਸੈਕਸ਼ਨ ਦੌਰਾਨ ਅਜਿਹਾ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ। ਸਾਡਾ ਜ਼ਿਲ੍ਹਾ ਬੋਰਡ ਦੀਆਂ ਮੀਟਿੰਗਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋਰ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਬੋਲਣ ਵਾਲਿਆਂ ਦਾ ਸਵਾਗਤ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈ। ਜੇਕਰ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਹਾਜ਼ਰ ਹੋਣ ਦੀ ਯੋਜਨਾ ਬਣਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ ਅਤੇ ਸਪੈਨਿਸ਼ ਜਾਂ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਤੋਂ ਇਲਾਵਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਹੋਰ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਲਈ ਟਰਾਂਸਲੇਟਰ ਦੀ ਲੋੜ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਬੋਰਡ ਦੀ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਸ਼ੁੱਕਰਵਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਦੁਪਹਿਰ ਤੱਕ ਜਾਂ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਤੋਂ ਘੱਟੋ ਘੱਟ 48 ਘੰਟੇ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ 559-274-4700 ਐਕਸਟੈਂਸ਼ਨ 10150 ਤੇ ਕਾਲ ਕਰਕੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਦੱਸੋ ਤਾਂ ਜੋ ਇੱਕ ਟਰਾਂਸਲੇਟਰ ਦਾ ਪ੍ਰਬੰਧ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਸਕਦਾ ਹੈ। ਧੰਨਵਾਦ।
Thank you. For our first student presentation, we're going to be having our Justin Garza High School Black Student Union officers in recognition of African American Heritage Month today, tomorrow, and beyond. And I'll have Assistant Superintendent Lopez share a little bit about the students.
Good afternoon, Board President Singh, Board Trustees, and Superintendent Kitty Davis. The Student and Family Services Department is here recognizing Black History Month, and we have our Black Student Union President from Justin Garza High School, and her name is Manisha Washington, and she'll be presenting to you. I just found out she's the daughter of an incredible human being representing our Southwest Fresno community, so thank you for being here tonight.
Hello, Board of Trustees and Superintendent Davis. My name is MJ Washington, and on behalf of Justin Garza's High School Black Student Union and Mrs. English, I'd like to kick off Black History Month by introducing Marjorie Lee Brown. Marjorie Lee Brown was a pioneer for Black female scholars and a mathematician who came after her. In 1914, Marjorie Lee was born in Memphis, Tennessee, and as she grew up, her stepmom strongly encouraged her to take her studies seriously. While she decided to take her studies seriously, she also won the Memphis City Women's Tennis Singles Championship in 1929 and later graduated from Lemoyne High School. After earning her bachelor's degree in mathematics from Howard University, she went on to teach math before going to grad school for her master's. While studying, she continued to teach full-time at Wiley College, which she was not done yet when she went back to Michigan State to pursue her highest education, receiving her doctorates in 1949. Marjorie was only the third African-American woman to receive a doctorate in American history. Later that same year, she taught at present-day North Carolina Central University, and for the first 25 years of her teaching career, she was the only person in the math department to have a PhD. Ms. Lee Brown put her knowledge to work as she was the coordinator of the mathematics section and a lecturer for the Student Institution of Secondary School Science. In the early 50s, she was awarded a fellowship of topology, which later became her specialty, with the Ford Foundation and Cambridge University in the UK. From 1958 to 1959, she also worked as a National Science Foundation Faculty Fellow at the University of Los Angeles. Go Bruins! The following year, she received a grant worth about $60,000 to set up an electrical digital computer center at North Carolina, one of the first HBCUs. Ms. Lee Brown, before retiring, received a WW Ranking Memorial Award for Excellence in Mathematics Education from North Carolina Council of Teachers of Mathematics. As a way to give back to her community, she used her own money to set up a scholarship for young gifted students, just like she once was. Joseph Battle, William Fletcher, and Nathan Sims are just a few students who were recipients of this scholarship. Over the course of her life, she was a leader in her community who served as part of the American Mathematics Society, Women's Research Society, and the Mathematics Association of America. Brown was one of the first African American women to be a member of the Advisory Council and the National Science Foundation. Although Major Lee Brown died in 1979, the path she paved for the next generation of scholars has continued to guide many people. I also like to thank the board for taking time into considering the student board member petition. We appreciate it and look forward to the work that can be done. Thank you guys for your time. Have a great evening.
Thank you. Thank you, MJ. Next, we ask for our Employee Association highlights. We invite Laura Bolden, our CUTA president, to come share a few words.
All right, thank you again for having me here. Good evening, all of you. I want to begin by congratulating and welcoming our incoming board members. I wasn't able to be at the previous board meeting when you had your first official real meeting, so this is my first chance to really do this. It's really wonderful to have a diverse and gender-balanced board that mirrors our community and who bring backgrounds in education and the medical field. I'm confident that when CUTA brings questions and information related to student learning and health needs, that our new board members will be armed with knowledge to guide the district in the right direction. And on a personal note, I know I'm speaking for all the teachers in Central and the Central schools who have played a part in your education over the years when I say we're proud of you, Justdeep. So, yeah. Okay. So I'm kind of going back and forth because I've got information shared with me from different places. But from Steinbeck, one of the positives that they really wanted me to share with you is that KC24 Educator of the Week, the current one is Elisa Silva, a kindergarten teacher. So if you haven't seen that story yet, take a look. They've had a cheer championship and they received the Hip Hop Award. They've had a lot of improvements on the campus with events. They recently had their map of the USA newly painted, which is kind of exciting for them. It takes some time sometimes to get those things in and done and updated. Roosevelt is really excited for Science Olympiad to kick off. Mrs. Cadillo had over 50 students sign up, and 36 students have been selected to represent Roosevelt this year. Our sixth graders just returned from sixth grade camp last week, and they had so much fun, and it was an amazing experience for our students. Glacier Point had several things to share. They had their first One Lunch Wednesday, or they're having their first One Lunch Wednesday next week, where the student body earn points to have lunch together instead of a lunch A and B that's separated. They have to work hard at that with good behavior and the point system that they earn. So that they get that with a low number of tardies, low number of absences, campus cleanliness, low number of referrals for behavior, and more. So it's a big achievement for them to have this. And then their book club, headed by Mr. Tommy Martinez, also completed their Reading Heart donation. They made a big donation to Reading Heart, which is a wonderful organization that brings books to kids that need them. And then an individual shout out to Navpreet Kara, who won the Central Unified Middle School Spelling Bee representing Glacier Point. Sebastian Montes Ortigoza from Glacier Point took third. GP's book club, headed by Mr. Martinez, also competed in the Reading Heart donation. So it was a competition, not just a donation. So, and they did very well. Garza's mock trial team swept the competition and is moving to round 4 tonight. Garza also held their Welcome to Campus Night on the 23rd with a great turnout. They were able to showcase their class offerings, including AP and dual enrollment, and their co-curricular offerings with many clubs to their community. The dynamic choir, folklorico, and cheer teams, they all performed. Central East, their academic super team is doing great. The robotics team competed in their first ever FTC competition in December. The Ethics Bowl team traveled to UC Santa Cruz and had 2 teams compete against schools like Stanford Online High School and Carmel High School, among others. The mock trial team has been doing fantastic and are currently 2-1 in 5th place overall. And then you all received a copy of this last part. Central High School is committed to celebrating the diverse cultural identity, religious, and traditional experiences of all students during graduation. To achieve this, the school will allow stoles that represent, so stoles are the kind of drape kind of piece of fabric, right, that they can wear over their robes, that represent students' backgrounds in accordance with board policy. To maintain a professional and unified appearance, CHS is ordering these stoles through Grad Services, the same company that supplies caps and gowns, and they will feature national flags from over 100 countries, as well as designs representing Native, Indigenous Americans, LGBTQ communities, African kente patterns, and the Mexican serape styles. In a collaborative effort, this is very exciting, Punjabi students contributed their ideas for a Punjabi stole, which has now been created to represent their culture. Central High School and Grad Services are working together to include this as an option in the general selections of stoles rather than a specialty design. And this change will allow Punjabi students at all schools partnered with Grad Services, so not just our schools, but anyone that works with this company, to showcase their culture, as the Indian flag does not fully represent the Punjabi heritage. So by allowing students to purchase these stoles for $35, we celebrate their individuality and honor the students and their families' hard work and dedication as they commemorate their graduation. So you've got examples of what was shared there on the handout that I gave you. So thank you very much.
Thank you, President Bolton. Next, we invite up our California School Employees Association, CSEA President Angie Aguirre. Thank you. We then turn to our school reports with our first report from Principal Bennett of Harvest Elementary School.
Good evening, everybody. Superintendent Davis, Board President Singh and board members, thank you for having me here today. I'm Todd Bennett, the principal at Harvest Elementary, here to talk about all the fabulous things going on at Harvest this year. Do we have our slide presentation? Oh, right here? Forward? Oh, hey, there I am. Here we go. All right, thank you very much. So we have some things to celebrate. We've been working really hard on academics and focusing on student growth. We took the iReady assessments in December, right before Christmas break, winter break. And in reading, we grew 5% in reading and 11% in math. And that still offers us plenty of opportunities to grow. Our LPI last year, English Learner Progress Indicator, we grew by nearly 60%, and that was a 20% increase over the previous year. So we're very proud of that, and those students worked really hard, and our teachers worked really hard. The things that are contributing to the success is we have a renewed focus on aligning our daily instruction with the standards, the state standards, and my area administrator, Christine Pennington, and I had a good discussion about that today and looked at some ways that we can even increase that between now and the end of the year. We also are working with Solution Tree in our PLCs and really focusing on collaboration and looking at common data and strategies that are working in the classroom. So talked about opportunities. Even though we have some growth academically, we still have a lot of room to grow. So when you really drill down into our iReady, both math and reading, the majority of our students made scale score growth. Around 70% made scale score growth. However, if you go over and look at the growth in the percentile ranking, it's about 50-50. So even though we're growing, we need to grow a little bit more so we can get more kids past to move up in the performance bands. All right, student engagement. We are working really hard on attendance. Currently, our attendance is better than it was last year. We're at 95.1% attendance rate as of today. Last year at this time, we were at 94.2%. And chronic absenteeism is down to 12.5%. Last year at this time, it was at 18.8%. We've been sending home letters, making a lot of parent communication, and putting a lot of things in our weekly newsletters to parents talking about the importance of attendance. And then we've also restructured a little bit. I'll talk about that in a second. We're doing monthly assemblies this year to honor our students for Students of the Month, but at that time we're also celebrating attendance and making a big deal out of it. Student-parent engagement events. We had our fabulous Veterans Day, which is put on by our 5th grade teacher, Katie Wu, who is her mother's in the military, and so we invite community members from all over the place and parents, grandparents that are military, former military. We have a big celebration for them. That was a lot of fun. We did it 2 years now. We have our school site counselor, our ELAC. We have classroom volunteers. We have the first Punjabi dance club among elementary students at our school, and we do spirit events, and we have monthly assemblies. Next Wednesday, we're going to have our first ELAC Parent Information Night. So at 5:30 in our cafeteria, if you want to come by and check it out, come on by. Talked about what's working. Yeah, one of the things that we did too, I partnered with some parents at my school that own their own company that's a salvage company, and they bought us 3 bicycles to give away for improved attendance. And we did that in December, and we'll do it again at the end of the year. And what I told the kids is that their attendance wipes clean for this award at the end of the first semester, and then we'll do it for the second semester and go on. So we've got a lot of things going on there I talked about already. I know I only have 7 minutes, so I will talk about some of the stuff we're doing as far as early literacy. We have 16 teachers on our campus that are being trained in letters training for early reading skills. We have 1 EL teacher that's trained and 1 vice principal. The district was kind enough to allow AmeriCorps to come to our campus this year. So in our reading lab, where we already have a teacher and a long-term sub working with kids, we have 2 AmeriCorps tutors there as well. And then we also contract with teaching fellows to have 5 teachers in our grades 1 through 3 classes 5 days a week, doing daily small group instruction, skills-focused instruction. And then, as I stated earlier, our PLCs are really focused on common formative assessments and essential standards at each grade level. And we also share students with each other. So for intervention purposes in the afternoon, oftentimes kids that are working on the same skill in different classes will go with one teacher, and we kind of share around so that everybody gets targeted instruction. Talked about our PLCs, focusing on analyzing data and sharing strategies, grade level standards. Professional development, we are continuing to work with math instruction and ELA instruction and aligning our instruction with the state standards using the adopted curriculum for the district. And then we are still working with Solution Tree. In fact, our consultant's coming in Thursday and Friday this week to work with our teachers. And then we make constant classroom visits by vice principals and me and give feedback to teachers. Making it count for kids, we have these things here. These are called Hawk's Wings. Every time we catch a kid doing something right, we give them a Hawk's Wing, and at the end of the month, I collect them from the teachers, and then I draw them at our monthly assemblies, and kids can come into a treasure box. It's really funny that just, how that motivates students. But we want to make sure that we are motivating students. In the past, for our monthly recognition of Students of the Month, we did a PowerPoint presentation and put it out on Parent Square, but I realized last year when I congratulated a student on being Student of the Month, she didn't know she'd been chosen. So we revamped our whole PBIS this year, and we were focused in too many things. So now we have 5 character codes that we do. It spells HAWKS: have integrity, accept responsibility, we respect others, kindness counts, and show safety. And each month we choose 2 students. We have an assembly. We invite parents to those assemblies. So those kids are awarded, but then we also have teachers giving out good news referrals. Kids are used to getting referrals when they're in trouble. So now they give out good news referrals, and I collect those, and we contact those parents so that they can come to school and hear what the teacher said about their kid, something that they did in a positive way, and they get their picture taken, and we make a big deal out of it. Our student leadership has done passport days where they film themselves telling people how to behave at different areas of the campus. That was kind of fun. It was better than the adults doing it. And they also have fun leadership weeks, spirit weeks throughout the year. We had lots of special events. Our annual dinner with the Grinch at right before winter break. We have family recreation nights, ethnic heritage celebrations, and our academic, we have our first academic awards next week also. And then I also want to just say, our family outreach liaison, Kulwant Kaur, fantastic. She's awesome. She works with all of our families and has done a really good job at helping us improve our attendance at family meetings. And that's it. So thank you so much. Do I ask for questions or do I run away?
You're going to get them, Principal Bennett. You're going to have Principal Bennett. Trustee Sidhu?
Hello, Mr. Bennett. Just a quick question about the iReady scores. It says you have reading was a 5% increase and math was 11% increase. What was it last year and then it increased 11% too?
No, it increased from the beginning of the school year till now. And offhand, I don't remember where we were at the beginning of the year. I'm trying to picture my little charts that I make. And I can get back to you with that information, but I don't know it offhand.
All right, thank you.
It wasn't where I wanted it to be, I know that.
Trustee Creo?
So thank you for recognizing that there's room for more growth. Looking at just the state dashboard and some of the other reports. Can you talk a little bit more about what focus, supports, or strategies you're using to really hone in on what are the issues that our
Sure.
students are experiencing, and that's really impeding their ability to grow.
Yeah,
and
if you look at the state dashboard, you'll see that we did drop in reading last year, and the biggest drop came with our kids that are currently fourth graders. We're in third grade last year, and we had known that they were struggling all the way along, mostly with behavior issues. So at the beginning of the year, we refocused on, I bought everybody a copy of The First Days of School by Harry Wong, and we did some talking about classroom management and having supports for kids. We have a really good thinkery person this year that works well with our school psychologist and our intervention counselor. We also partner with All for Youth, and they're on our campus every day. So we're working really hard on those behavior issues that have caused a distraction in the classroom. But we also have done a good focus on those kids that are now in fourth grade, and we started after-school targeted interventions back in August with them. And we've seen a lot of growth with a lot of those kids. The other thing that we've done this year is I've asked each teacher to choose 5 students that are in what I call critical care as far as academics go, in either reading or math, and do I have a template for them to follow, and it's a real focused study on those children, and they have to contact their parents. They have to show me how they contacted their parents, either by phone call or by conference, face-to-face, or by email, and then they write down what they're targeting, specific skill they're targeting for a specific number of weeks, and what assessments they're using to judge whether or not those kids are making progress, and then what the next steps are. And my plan is, even though we could have done it for more than 5 kids in a classroom, as we focus on those 5, we've already had several kids graduate out of that program, and now we have more coming in.
Is that the individualized focus plans?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, because I was going to ask about that. And thank you for acknowledging the behavioral issues, because that correlates with an increase in your suspensions. So based on what you just described and the additional efforts and supports for students, have you seen a decrease in those behavioral issues?
We have a few kids that have had some real trauma, and they're going to continue to have some behavior issues. So, you know, our suspension rate, I believe we have 7 kids that we've suspended so far this year, which is high for us. But there are specific reasons, and there are behaviors that go on that, you know, we work with. But at some time, for the safety of the school, we have to excuse a child for a day or two. But yes, our efforts with our intervention counselor, with All for Youth counseling at our school, and we have a fantastic school psychologist named Tristan Kaisinga, and he gets an intern every year that works really well. Also this year, beginning of the year, was Maddie Robinson, and hopefully she'll get hired in our district because she's great. But they all work really, really well. And then I have 2 vice principals this year, and they're both working really well with those students as well.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Trustee Chavez?
Hi. Hello. So I just am curious. Skipping ahead a bit to the report cards, and I happened to look at Harvest Elementary's report card, and I was looking at those very closely just across the board. And one of the things that I noticed was on the chronic absenteeism, specifically looking at the socioeconomically disadvantaged students. That looks like the highest proportion of chronic absenteeism.
Those and our students with disabilities.
Correct.
Were high too.
So I was going to ask you, I noticed in your report that you just shared with us that you have the family liaisons.
Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit more about the supports that you're giving those folks?
Yeah, we make frequent phone calls to those parents. We do our regular SARBs, but like I said, also I reach out to those families every month to let them know where their child is. I send home a letter that is specifically designed for that student. So, for example, if a student has 10 absences so far this year, the letter will say that, you know, your child has 10 absences. That equates to 50 lessons. That's 50 lessons that they have missed so far this year, and that's important because sometimes people don't understand that when, you know, how much instruction a student misses when they're gone for just one day.
Yes, my additional question, though, is looking at those barriers that are unique to students that would qualify as socioeconomically disadvantaged. what are some of those resources or supports that are being provided to those particular
We
students?
do make parent contacts. We make home visits, and we try to encourage them to come to school. And then, like I said, I try to acknowledge students when they have improved attendance as well. Not just the kids that are 100% or 90%, but those that have improved attendance are awarded and recognized too.
I think the only thing I would ask is that we consider some of the transportation issues that might be unique to those young people that are socioeconomically disadvantaged.
Thank you for that.
So just keeping that in mind.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Bennett. Just two quick questions. One was, last year as our state dashboard showed, we just had such a stellar year in terms of our EL progress growth. We still continue to grow, although not obviously at that particular rate. What are some things that you're sort of thinking about just to make sure that we continue the progress that we've had in the past and keep that momentum forward?
This year we have an EL teacher that's been on board all year. She's a former third grade teacher at our school named Dawn Donnett. She has a lot of experience with our staff. They're very comfortable with her coming in and team teaching with them in the classroom. And we're also, as I said, we're doing family information nights for our bilingual families so that they understand what the LPAC test is and the importance of a student being English proficient by the time they get to high school. So we're doing those types of things. I had a conversation just yesterday with Jackie Oliver from Madison, and she gave me an idea, and I asked Dawn about it today, and she's excited about it. With our teaching fellows that come in and work with our primary students, what Mrs. Oliver does is has her EL teacher train them in EL teaching methods and practices, so we're going to do that too.
Fantastic. Last question, we still have a huge semester still ahead of us. I'd just be interested in sort of thinking ahead as we have a new elementary school, coming online at Shields and Brawley. I'm hoping in terms of with more kind of focused attention for our students in smaller settings. I mean, at one point, Harvest was exceeding 1,000 students with potential reduction. With the what are some sort of things that you're sort of thinking about which to potentially put in place now for a smaller Harvest as we go forward in the new school year?
Well, our biggest focus right now and through the end of the year is really making sure that we are aligned with our instruction every day during our core instructional time in the morning, and making sure that the children, every child, no matter where they are as far as their achievement goes, that they're getting first instruction at grade level. And so we have a really fantastic board-adopted reading series through Wonders that has all sorts of really rich resources that our teachers aren't using to their full potential. So we're really going to work on that for one thing. I have had the opportunity to be the principal of a large school that got scaled down when they opened another school, and really the opportunities for small group instruction and teamwork and all that stuff kind of just happen. Our teachers are used to that now, though, so I don't anticipate any kind of problems in downsizing. Except that one of the things that we have to be cognizant of is that my teachers are a very tight-knit group, and even though we have some people that were just hired this year in August, it's going to be tough to see some people go.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Next, we invite Principal Rubio from Justin Garza High School.
Good evening, President Singh, distinguished board members, Superintendent Davis, and Cabinet. Thank you for this opportunity to have me here tonight to share the great things that are happening at Justin Garza. This is my first year at Garza and my first year in Central Unified, so I'm very excited to be here. So this year, I just want to take you through the presentation. I will say that we have had a big focus on WASC because we are in a WASC review this year. But I will take you through all the things that we've been doing well and some things that we need to improve. Some of our academic celebrations, we had a big growth in our English language learners reclassification. 27% of our students reclassified. We had a 45.5% growth LP level. So our students grew at least one level. That was a big increase for us from the previous year. We've had a lot of students achieving, we started the year with recognizing our students that had maintained a 3.5 GPA. And so we had 475. That's how we started our year with the celebration. And that didn't include our seniors because they graduated. And so this year, this fall semester, we're at 757 students that maintain a 3.5 GPA and above. So we're very excited. They'll be celebrated next week during lunch in our academic celebration. Some of the other stuff, our graduation, it was our first graduating class, and we had a 93.3 graduation rate, which is good, but we want to increase that, absolutely. Some of the challenges that we've had are around our SBAC and both of our ELA and math. Our students, even though we're in the green level, if you see in the dashboard, we did have a decrease in our ELA, and our math is in orange, but we also had a decrease in our performance as well. So that's definitely was a challenge, and we're working on having a better scores this year. Some of our current actions is we are currently looking at first best instruction through drop-ins and instructional walkthroughs with the admin team, providing some of our teachers with some feedback on just first instruction, right? Having clear objectives, scaffolding, academic language in the classroom. Do our PLCs, we're trying to make sure that all our PLCs are aligned. There's some time that has been used for them to pull out and align their pacing guides, their assessments, and also align their reassessments and opportunities for reassessment for our students. And also our math and English are looking at their FIABs and IABs and using that to guide their instruction and prepare our students for SBAC. For engagement, our attendance rate was last year 94.1%. This year is at 94.2%. So it's it's almost similar. And chronic absenteeism has increased. We have had a focus as a region to work on this. We started with some empathy interviews just to kind of find out why are students that are chronically absent not making it to school. We did find some really interesting information, right? Most of our students want to be at school. That's what we found out, that they like coming to school, they want to be there. But a lot of the factors that were stopping them from coming to school was transportation, social-emotional reasons. And so looking at that is just kind of now trying to see some interventions that we can do for those students that shared that information. I forgot the name of the person, but what is it called? No, the other person. Intervention specialists outreach, and they've been doing home visits and just targeting some of those students that are chronically absent, just trying to see why they're not making it to school. and having those conversations, encouraging them to make it to school. But again, some of the reasons that we're hearing when we're doing those home visits is the transportation. So that's, I don't know if that's something that we can do to, how we can support that, right? We do provide bus tokens and things like that, but some of the other stuff is just hard. But when they do come, you know, we're encouraging teachers, like, welcome them at the door, greet them, don't make them feel bad for not being here. Just welcome them and greet them with a smile every day. We are also starting some incentives and recognition for attendance. So last semester, we didn't do a lot of work on that. This semester, we're going to work on recognizing students that had 97% attendance, recognizing those that are always there, but we're going to start asking teachers to nominate students, monthly nominations for attending, for good attendance and improved attendance. So this is a teacher's choice. We're going to ask them to select students by period so that different students get selected. Our attendance clerks will also be part of this, just nominating a couple kids that they see are improving, VPs as well, so that more kids are selected and just recognized for, you know, you made an improvement, good job, right? And so another thing that we started that has affected our attendance, well, we're high school, so kids being out of class during periods. So they're just kind of out of class. So we started using the Minga app, just to keep track of our students and limit the time that, not to limit the time they go to the restroom, but just kind of set some boundaries around that. And it has really reduced the amount of kids out of class during class periods. And we're hoping that's going to have an impact on learning, obviously, right? But it has made our students, you know, be in class, less kids being out of class, asking to go to use the restroom. They're just staying in the classroom and being engaged. For the next thing, one of our focus that we have this year is we've been focusing on our English language learners. We did have an increase. Last year was really, there was a big growth, but we noticed that a lot of our growth was in our lower level ELs. So this year we're targeting our ALTELs, our students that have been here for, you know, 5 years or more and have not been able to reclassify. So that's our target for this year. Some of the things that we want to do, or that we're doing already, is we have a primary language tutor supporting in the classroom. We did add a new class for ALTEL students. And so the students are, you know, it's different when they're supposed to be getting ELD instruction because they're still EL students. So now they have this course where they actually go and they are getting the ELD component. And so we're just hopeful that this is going to impact their performance this year in LPAC and maybe lead to reclassification. Some of the things that we're also doing for them is we're meeting with them one-on-one, having them do goal setting for this year. So they're looking at their SBAC scores, they're looking at their LPAC scores from last year, and they're setting a goal one-on-one with our VP and our primary language tutor. So we think that's very effective. We also had an LPAC meeting with those parents, and we had everybody reaching out to these parents to get them there, because we usually just have like 5 parents. So we actually had a bigger number of parents, and just to inform them about LPAC and what LPAC is about. And so that's kind of something that we were just informing the parents, like, this is what the test is, this is the components of the test. And so those are some of the things that we feel that will benefit our students. We also started LPAC workshops. So we're currently having LPAC workshops after school. We have about 23 students that are consistently attending, and this is in preparation for LPAC. And we targeted, again, our long-term ELs, just to make sure that we're hitting those areas of deficits that they have. And we're providing some incentives to get them there, obviously. And we're intentionally, as a admin team, when we go through walkthroughs or drop-ins, we are giving feedback to teachers based on the district's 5 essentials to make sure that they are intentional about them using strategies that support EL learners. And accountability and continuous improvement. So, like I said before, the school had a focus. They were doing a solution tree and focus on PLC, but this year we have WASC, and we're really preparing for that. So it's been a really good process, to be honest. We've been really reflecting and seeing what are the good things that we're doing and that we need to keep, and what are some of the things that maybe we need to stop doing, right? Or, change. So it's been a really good process. It's been a learning process for everybody. And it's also asked us to kind of really have our PLCs go back and look for alignment and really look into, are you all assessing the same things? Are you all reassessing the same things? Or in the same way, are you going back and reteaching? So we're working through that. And then one of the things that we're doing as an admin team, like I said, we're just looking at best practices instruction when we go back. So we have this data tool where we collect just data for right now. And honestly, we're just really trying to see what's happening. Like, what are some good things that are happening when we go in there? And what are some things we need to grow? And that's what we're going to use to kind of guide our work for next year, to find an instructional focus. Because I feel this year we've had kind of, not that we're not focused on instruction, but it's kind of paused because of WASC. So we're using that to kind of restart next year and see what we need to impact instruction. Making it count for kids. Well, we have a lot of great things. You saw one of my students here. We at Garza, we're promoting a positive culture all the time. We have a lot of great things happening. I do want to highlight with our PBIS, we do our stand tickets, which is tickets that are given to any staff member can have them. And so any student that exhibits the stand principles, right, will get a ticket. And then at the end, the kids can collect them, and then they can go use them at the student store to get some gear or whatever they want to do. So the kids really enjoy that, and the teachers enjoy giving them out. And one of the other things that we do with PBIS is we are teachers select a Guardian of the Month, and we've been doing Guardian of the Month luncheons. And the special thing about it is that it's not just the kid coming to get a certificate. It's a teacher coming with the kid, having lunch with the kid, and talking about the student. And I think that's very impactful. We all sit there through the whole lunch and listen to what our teachers have to say about the student. So it's really nice. And then we get a picture after that. So it's really neat. We've been doing a lot of great things. We had a career technical day. We had a really successful welcome to campus night. Last week, we had a really good turnout. We had 2 sessions of parents for AP, to inform our parents about our AP programs and dual enrollment. And we had, our lecture hall was packed. We had 2 sessions of that, and we had great performances. And one new thing that I am going to start, it's not a new thing, but I'm just kind of revamping it this semester, is the principal roundtable. It was going on before, and it kind of paused, so I'm bringing it back. It's just bringing back together students from different clubs, representatives from different clubs. It will be open to everybody, but selecting club members to come in and just kind of share their concerns and voice their concerns. It gives students a space to just kind of voice and be solution oriented on how we can fix it and make our school better. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Principal Rubio. Trustee Carrillo?
Principal Rubio, how long have you been the principal at Garza?
5 months.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was going to say 6, but
yeah.
I figured I'd ask. So
yeah.
I just want to commend you for all the great work that you're doing. That is one of our high schools, at least in my understanding and what I've experienced, a lot of involvement from our parents and guardians in our community, and our students as well, our student body, and it's had a lot of struggles and challenges, and so you've managed to navigate a lot of that. And so I just want to commend you, and I'm sure that you've had a lot of sleepless nights, and it's a lot of work. But I hope that you're doing great work, and it's clear that you're identifying where there's opportunity to grow, and that you're invested in making sure that we are changing our systems and our culture to ensure that our students are growing. So thank you for all of that work.
Thank you.
Trustee Chavez?
So, what I really appreciate is, your willingness to acknowledge some of the stumbling blocks. I think often when we come in and I hear these reports, I prepare these reports. Sometimes it's real easy to just show the good stuff, right? But we have to look at some of the things that, coming in, you're brand new. So, you've got a lot of area and growth potential. So one of the things, and by no means am I trying to catch you in anything, but there was something that actually stuck with me. So I reviewed the report cards from all of the 15 campuses that were provided to us. And one of the things for Garza that really jumped out, and this was for 23-24, so this preceded your time, so please don't think that I'm talking about you in particular, but I noticed on the suspension rate that it was the highest rate was for young people coming from foster care. And it's significantly higher. So it was 13%, or 13 points, 13.64, which is the highest number on the list. And so I'm kind of curious, on your campus, do you have a high concentration of young people coming from foster care, or do you know what are the supports?
So I don't know the exact numbers, but it's not a high number so the suspension rate for them it's higher than our regular suspension rate, our general suspension rate. So it's them, it's our African American students also, and our freshmen. So this year I've just been, a lot of them are freshmen, but they fall in those subgroups. So one of the things that I really want to bring to my campus is Link Crew, is transition program for incoming freshmen, to just kind of mentor them and get them started and help them transition. And you get mentor teachers, the lead teachers and lead students, and the students will stay connected. I'm hoping to bring that to Garza and have an impact on suspensions just by connecting with the kids, because that just gives the students one more person to be connected to on campus, one more adult and one more peer. So I'm really excited to start that, and I've been gathering a team that is interested in being part of that, because yes, suspension numbers are alarming, and I want to decrease that for sure.
Okay. Yeah, it's just, I'm always going to notice any group that stands out. Let's just look at that closely, and however we can support you in doing that. So thank you so much for being so honest about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Sellers?
Good evening, Principal Rubio. First off, want to kind of echo Trustee Carrillo's comments. Thank you for your efforts. I know it's challenging to come in and address some of these issues that we're seeing, so I commend you for that. Last year, the board approved changing the schedule from a dual lunch schedule to a single lunch schedule. I was wondering if you had any feedback on that and how that's been going.
Okay. So I'm a problem solver and fixer, so it started intense the first week, but I'll be honest, we've made it work. We opened up the gym for our students, so now the students can come and sit at the in the gym. We want to start having some fun Fridays, so that would include some basketball time for some of our students. We've adapted, honestly, and it's much better. We've done some shift in supervision, and so I think it's much better. It just feels different from when we started. And the kids, I will say, hearing from the kids, and that's one of the questions I'm going to ask them, but they are happy that they get to go to their club meetings. And so because we are trying to approve new clubs and encourage students to be involved, I think we got it. So yeah, but I can give you guys some more feedback, whatever the kids tell me and staff, but I haven't heard anything negative. It just felt like that at the beginning because it was new, but I think now that we have adjusted, it's working out.
Excellent. In regards to chronic absenteeism, you mentioned use of Minga app. Can you provide a little more information on that and how you're utilizing it?
Okay, so we kind of did a soft launch. So we're launching in phases. We started with just using it for restroom checkout. So it's just a digital pass for restrooms because we were seeing that students were going to the restrooms. We understand that students might need a little bit of extra time, and teachers will have discretion to adjust the time if needed. and kids go over like 2-3 minutes, but it's not extensive now. So it's basically has cut down on just students wandering and being out of class and wasting instructional time hanging out with friends. So it's going to be a good tool to collect data and let us know what periods kids are out more, and just looking for trends so that we can adjust and keeping our students in class, because that's important. And so if you give them a paper pass, they're going to take longer. And this is just, the kids don't want to have, and they don't want to know that they have an expired pass, because our kids like to follow rules. And so that's why they make it to class on time. And then after that, we're going to just kind of move into digital passes so that we're using that all the time, so that we know if a student, kids can forge passes. But this way, if a kid checks out, we're going to have stations. So we're slowly going to that, where everybody, to go to the nurse, they're going to have it, and she will have access to check kids in and out. So it'll just keep track of our students. It will really help us with safety as well, to keep track of where our students are at.
You also mentioned one of the reasons for chronic absenteeism, social emotional problems. Do you have enough resources? Do you think that you need more to address that?
We do. We have 2 intervention counselors. We have 2 psychologists, 2 intervention specialists. I will say that we are working on revamping how we target our tier 2 and 3, and making the group that works with those students smaller, so that those students can really be targeted and receive the intervention that they need. So right now, I feel like we have enough resources. I don't know. That's why I want to talk to students, because I think they're going to be able to share some of that information as well. They're the ones going through it. So I'm excited to hear what they have to say about that. You're welcome.
Thank you so much, Principal Rubio. I want to, again, also just sort of echo some of my colleagues in terms of the students I've talked to. Granted, it's a subsection. Overwhelmingly, I've been very appreciative, like you said, of just being a problem solver. I mean, I've heard just, again, it's just anecdotal to them, less fights during lunch, which doesn't mean no fights at all, but just in terms of how they see it during lunch, more time for clubs to meet and more time for academic tutorial, which was a major one that I heard from students. One question I sort of had, and you may not have the data in front of you. I think I'm trying to also understand in the California dashboard, last year was the first time we got our baseline data because we had our first graduation class. I'm I think kind of exploring a little bit more how we can assure, and probably this goes for all of our high schools, but it's more of, I guess, more of a comment, making sure we doing that at Garza as well, that we're making sure more of our classes, especially our electives, our non-core classes, are A through G sort of like compliant. So just so we can continue to increase our college and career preparedness and make sure that all the classes our students are taking, or at least a higher percentage of them are. So just want to again thank you for all your efforts, and I appreciate you taking time to join us tonight.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
I think I forgot to note that Trustee Kerfan had joined us at 6:05 p.m. And now we move to Superintendent and Board Communications. Oh, sorry,
Thank you. I want to start off by congratulating some of our incredible leaders in Central Unified. The Association of California School Administrators Region 9 has identified 3 of our leaders in our district to be recognized throughout our region. Wendy Slack, the principal at the elementary school of Central Elementary, who was presenting here last month, has been identified as Elementary Principal of the Year. Patricia McCurley has been selected as the middle grades principal, who's our El Capitan middle school principal, and Erica Segovia as secondary co-administrator of the year. So we're pretty excited about that recognition that will be coming soon. It was mentioned earlier by Laura about our mock trial. It was going on. I don't know the results, but they started at 6 o'clock tonight, and we were wishing them luck. Central East team, and led by Coach Bruno Graber, he was giving me a little play-by-play in terms of what he thinks it was going to happen, and Garza's Coach Teresi the same. And so we're looking forward to hearing those results. Advancing to semifinals is Thursday. So I said they had to move on because tonight we were all here. So hopefully the courthouse is in our favor. And I also want to wish our academic decathlon teams good luck. The final session is this weekend. If you want to see a really fun event at 2:30 is the Super Quiz. It's being held at Sunnyside High School. I see Principal Young in the back from Pershing. She has a team going, and they've been studying and are ready for the event. So good luck to all of our high school teams participating. And then lastly, you have a copy of the Grapevine at your dais, and we have some in the back as well, our winter Grapevine that summarizes how all of our schools are doing. Some of the events to highlight from those schools and also programs is included in here. So wanted you to see a copy. And that's it.
Trustee Kerfan?
Thank you, President Singh. I had a quick question on the paper we received about the new options for the stalls for Central High School graduates. I think the inclusion is great. Will that option also be available for Justin Garza and Central East graduates?
I expect that it's consistent between all of them. I will go back to double check, but I believe they're nodding their heads as their administrators. Yes, it's for all.
Excellent, thank you. And then second, I just want to share an opinion that may normally be divisive, but I hope will be okay in Central. Hope you'll join me in cheering on Central East alum Xavier Worthy and the Chiefs at the Super Bowl on the 9th. And then back to normal business. I would like to request an information item next meeting on what trainings are being provided to staff, administrative regulations, and what else Central is doing to protect students and inform family members on potential immigration raids happening in our community. No other comments.
I'll follow up with Superintendent Davis to make sure that's properly agendized. Thank you. Trustee Carrillo?
I just want to share with the community and all of our high school students, the Chicano Latino Youth Leadership Program hosts summer programs in June and July, and one of them is in Fresno. I've participated and supported the program for a number of years. Their application is open, and the date to submit an application to participate in this program is March 16, 2025. And we don't really get participation from Central Unified students. So I hope that can change. If you're interested or have questions, you can contact me directly, text me, email me. You can go to the website, www.clylp.org, to find more information. Students that do get selected and attend any of the camps are also eligible to apply for scholarships, and they're always struggling with giving away money. So I highly encourage our high school students, even though it's called the Chicano Latino Youth Leadership, it is open to all high school students. And we do have a program in Fresno. Typically, it's hosted at Fresno State. And it's a lot of leadership programs. And so I really encourage all of our high school students that may be interested to apply. And then lastly, I know that our Biola community suffered a loss a couple of weeks ago. And some of them have students and family members, siblings and cousins in our district. So I just want to let the Biola community know that many of us have them in our thoughts and our prayers for those that are spiritual. And so if there's anything that we can do to support, please make sure that they're contacting their principal on their school site. We want to make sure that we can support you, students and the family. So thank you.
I just wanted to maybe take a moment of silence, both for our Biola community, and we've had some loss even in our Soroyan community. So I'll just ask for just a moment of silence. Thank you. I also just wanted to appreciate all the students. I have the class Cobras in front of me and just so many different signs that are different schools. I got from the Roshorian Stallions, a happy board appreciation month. So I just really want to thank all the schools, students, and our administration that have done such a remarkable job to make us feel seen. Next, we turn to our comments from the public. Trustee or Clerk Kerfan.
Thank you, President Singh. Our first comment is from Michael Hoover. And sir, just press the button on the stand. When it lights green, that means your mic is on, and you'll have 3 minutes from when you begin.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity. My only real reason that I'm here is for some clarification. I have a grandson that is in the district. I have a grandson that has graduated from the district and doing very well. He'll be graduating from Fresno State this semester in mechanical engineering. The part, and it may come under your section Q, I guess, under number 2, but I didn't think it did, so that's why I'm up here. What I'm kind of in a quandary about is your reorganization that you're going to do or you're doing right now in the schools, and specifically with the sports program. And it's my understanding, again, having grandchildren through this program, that the financial umbrella that all of the Unified School District high schools have been going under is one that is administered and run as Central East program. So when they go someplace and they compete, they're competing under the umbrella of Central East. Well, as I understand, and my understanding is very limited, that's why I'm here, is that you're in the process of splitting up the high schools into independent units. Part of my concern there is Fresno West specifically, because that's your small school. How is the funding going to go on that? It appears to me, based on everything I've heard, that they're just kind of going to be out in nowhere's land, and they won't have funding for any of their sports. Specifically, my youngest grandson, who is an excellent student, an excellent leader. He's an excellent athlete, performing very well for the school. He is active in FFA because he wishes to be a veterinarian. He'll go to veterinary school after he gets out of high school. And it appears to me that with the splitting of the assets, I'm going to call it, the funding, into the individual schools, that at Fresno West, he's going to get kind of stuck in a no man's land, that even though I think he was given an opportunity to transfer to Fresno East, or to Central East, the difficulty for him, and I realize he's just one student, but I think it's representative of your quality students. The FFA program at Central West is excellent, okay? Excellent teachers. The students that participate in the FFA program, I go to their meetings, I'm involved with all that stuff, and I have never pictured such a quality group of students. And the participation of the parents of those students is very high also. I went to a small high school, and I know that it's entirely different from a school that has 2,000 students and one that has 500 students, okay? I was on the 500 side.
Thank you, Mr. Hoover.
Yes.
Your 3 minutes is up.
I'm sorry.
But
Okay.
hopefully we'll have someone who can give you an update in the crowd.
And I want to assure you, Mr. Hoover, we have had a presentation, and Area Administrator Garrett will provide you that information. He's finding his way to you.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Laura Bolton. Then President Singh, we have no other comments.
Thank you. And then with that, we move to our consent agenda for the evening. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve the items under our consent agenda.
Second.
We have a motion by Trustee Carrillo, a second by Trustee Kerfan. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Those abstaining, motion carries 7-0. Thank you. We move on this evening to our action items. Our first item being student discipline case number 2425009. Do I have a motion on this item?
I move to accept the recommendation for case number 24-25-009.
Second.
We have a motion by trustee Carrillo, a second by trustee Sellers. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Those abstaining, motion carries 7-0. We move to item number 2, adopt board bylaw 9150, student board members per education code 35012. Superintendent Davis.
Thank you. I'll just start this briefly and then turn it back over to you. But following the last meeting, I want to publicly affirm that we did validate the petition that was submitted on behalf of more than 500 students by a student of Justin Garza High School, Diljat Rai. And we have received it, confirmed that we have enough students that do trigger the education code section is listed to include at least one student board member. At the last meeting, you were presented with information including the board bylaw that would need to be in place that acknowledges receipt within the timeline for this to occur. In front of you at the dais should be a copy of a sample of one. Trustee Carrillo put together some thoughts from the last meeting, and so then I pass it over to both of you to continue. But we do recommend that you approve the inclusion of at least one through the process of this board bylaw. Should you need to continue the conversation, of course it could happen, but we do need to take action based on the work of our students.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. Trustee Carrillo.
So as Superintendent Davis shared, a lot of the red lines, if not all of them, I believe are mine, based on our discussion from our last board meeting, and then, of course, my preferred recommendations for what this board bylaw should look like. I do have some additional revisions that I would suggest, but essentially, as you can see at the very beginning, it was really kind of shaping and revising why it is I think it's important that we have the student voice, and I think it's consistent with what a lot of you shared. I'm not going to be offended if you want to change any language. Please provide your feedback. The second paragraph provides that we are to have at least 2 student board members, and we talked about having one representative from the comprehensive schools and one from non-comprehensive, but I think there was some language recommendations for that, right? From Superintendent Davis?
Superintendent Davis is just going to address that one particular point.
Yes, in my review of it, my request would be that the comprehensive site be referred to as a traditional campus, and what I think your intention of our non-comprehensive site be an alternative campus. Central Online Homeschool, Pershing Continuation School, they are a comprehensive WASC accredited campus. They just serve students in alternative format. So I would just recommend that language change.
Okay. And I have no problem. I think we kept calling them comprehensive and non-comprehensive, but the idea is that our school sites with the highest population of students select one individual, and then our smaller schools then have one individual, so that at least we have an opportunity to have representation from both of the groups. I am recommending and proposing that we have them serve a semester, so 6 months, so that we can have more student participation. If we can't come to an agreement today, then I would suggest that at a minimum, we strike out the language about the term, the 6-month term and the term identification, because I do think, and I would like to make a recommendation that we approve the board bylaw today, so that we are in compliance with our requirements under the Ed Code. And then a lot of the revisions that I made were just to be more affirmative as to the rights of students with reimbursements and giving them elective credit, making the distinction between the governing board, which is all of us that are either elected or appointed, versus a student board member. And then I do have some revisions there. So I added 2 definitions, what the governing board is, and then student board, what that meaning is. I do want to recommend that if you guys agree with that language, that we revise the very first sentence where it says board policy to say board bylaw. I was working on this really late, and so that's just an error on my end. And then under petition, since essentially we would be adding, and I am recommending that we add to student trustees, to revise the very first sentence to state, when the governing board does not include a student board member, high school students may submit a petition to the governing board requesting appointment, and so then it continues, and then just capitalizing the S where it says student board. You can see the additional revisions under selection of student board member. We do need to have this come back at a later time for us to decide how we're going to have students elect. But I also think that we should establish a process for filling any vacancy that may occur during the semester, where perhaps we as a board then consider any of the candidates that ran, and then whoever received the highest votes, something along those lines. I am not proposing anything at this time. I just want to flag that we need to develop that procedure. The other significant change is at the very end. So what the Education Code provides is that once we as the governing board take action to add student board members, the board can then take action during a public session by the majority of the board, which is 4 out of our 7, to eliminate student board members. I'm not going to serve on this board for the rest of my life. I will tell you, I will say that to all of you, community and my fellow trustees. But I think that any future boards should really consider and evaluate the value in having a student member, and that they are required to have that discussion and to make findings, so that it's not just a willy-nilly decision of a change of politics or a change of who's serving on the board, but there's real consideration in why they want to eliminate the student board. I will acknowledge that I was in the minority previously, where the board, the majority of the board did not want a student board member. And so for me, this is particularly important, because I do think we're making decisions on behalf of our students, but the majority of our students, in fact, the supermajority of our students, do not vote for us because they're not old enough to vote. And so I think it's important. So you will see that I am proposing a process that would require an actual formal discussion amongst the board, and then findings of the pros and cons of having a student board member. So with that, I know that I submitted my revisions last minute, but those were some of the huge revisions that I think are going to require some discussion, or we may not agree. And I think if we just strike them out and bring them back at a later time, I'm not going to be offended by anyone's recommendation. So thank you.
Trustee Crafon?
Thank you, President Singh. Trustee Carrillo, thank you for taking the time to write this out and to have it presented to us. I appreciate your careful eye on this. I think my own preference would be to have terms that are year-long rather than semester, just because that will give a student more opportunity to find its voice. And I think it would also help us, because I think it sounds like a majority of people on this board from the previous meeting care about having, more diverse voices, making sure it's not just one campus, controlling everything, or at least the student voices. That we add in the bylaws that a student trustee, if it's from that year, for the following year, it would not repeat from that same site. Hypothetically, if we were to pick Class and Justin Garza, the next year would have to not be Class and Garza, have to be a different alternative and traditional site. If we were to do it at just a semester-long process, I think one student trustee would probably be enough, which is also going to be important for figuring out how we're going to find space on the dais. So, those are my thoughts.
Tables are available, but Trustee Sellers?
Again, thank you for putting this together. Before we make a decision on semester, year, I would ask that we seek input from the students. I think that's critical, because as adults, we're looking at it through a specific lens and maybe missing things that we're not even considering, athletics, for example, that in season, I'm not available. So does that eliminate me from participating? I just want to have some form that we're seeking input, not necessarily votes on it. Ultimately, it's our duty to make that final decision, but just provide some feedback for us to consider.
Trustee Chavez?
So I completely agree with all of the student voice. Thank you again, Trustee Carrillo, for all that hard work. I know it took some time. I think the one thing that I will be very, very passionate about, let's say, is including students from a traditional site and from an alternative education site. Like, I think it's imperative that we have reflection of both those school settings. I think that's really important.
Trustee Kerfan?
Yeah, one other question. Because we want to include, diverse voices from, all non-traditional sites, would a student who is enrolled in Pathway be eligible to serve on this if they're elected? Okay, thank you.
Yes, any of our high school students would be eligible. And so at this point, it would be a matter of further discussion as to whether we want to establish criteria. I know the last conversation was, potentially related to their GPA. I think that would be the only thing that I would probably agree with if we set like a 2.0, which is consistent with athletics. But other than that, I don't want to restrict and prohibit students from participating if they've had disciplinary issues or anything else. So what I would recommend then, the second paragraph where it says the first line, from the district's comprehensive, that should say traditional and alternative sites. And so what this proposes is 2 student trustees, one from our traditional site and one from the alternative site. And then I would make a motion to strike the last paragraph, the last sentence in that paragraph where it says a student board member shall serve a term of 6 months. Student board members' terms shall be from July 1st to December 31st, January 1st to June 30th, and then have it come back at a later time for further discussion. Okay, so the revisions, and I have my notes, so I'm happy to submit those. I move to approve board bylaw BB 9150 with the following revisions. District comprehensive and non-comprehensive high schools shall be revised to state traditional and alternative sites. Board policy shall be revised to say board bylaw. And under petition, it shall say, when the governing board does not include a student board member, high school students may submit a petition to the governing board requesting the appointment of at least one student board member. And striking the language in paragraph 2 that states the term that the student shall serve and the identification of the term.
Trustee Creel, would you accept a friendly amendment to alter the terms to be year-long instead of semester?
No, because I'm saying we're not going to decide how long is the term today.
Okay, all right. And I'll support.
Is that a second?
Yes.
Thank you.
We have a motion by Trustee Carrillo, a second by Trustee Kerfan. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Those abstaining. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. And just to, we'll have a deeper conversation in terms of what this will look like, but I think I'm also very interested to maximize our students and maybe even having non-ASB students, this as an additional position, be something of consideration. Thank you. We move to item number 3, to hold public hearing and approve Williams Uniform Complaint Procedure. And so we will go ahead and open the hearing.
Board President, 30 seconds have passed and we have no callers at this time.
Thank you. Then we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. And I will turn it over to Assistant Superintendent Boatwright about the report.
Thank you. So the Williams Uniform Complaint Procedure provides information on reported deficiencies of sufficient materials for students or complaints for facilities. During this time period, which runs from October 1st through December 31st, we received no Williams complaint items. However, we've just received a Williams complaint item that Mr. Iqbal and his team are working on. This will be reported, though, in the next quarter, which runs from January 1st through March 31st. And administration is recommending that you hold the public hearing, which we just did, and then approve the Williams Uniform Complaint Procedure.
Do I have a motion on this item?
I move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion by trustee Carrillo, a second by trustee Kerfan. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Those abstaining, motion carries 7-0. Thank you. We move on to item number 4, approve Project Stealth mentoring contract. Area Administrator Garrett.
All right. Good evening, Board President Singh, Superintendent Davis, members of the board. Tonight, I am bringing information to follow up on previously asked questions in regards to Project Stealth. What metrics will be used to determine the impact and the success? We've identified a metric that the mentor support will contribute to an overall increase in student attendance from 80.2% to 82.2% over the time period of February to June 2025. What is the caseload capacity of students being supported at any one time by a mentor? So if we're combining both mentors, we'd be looking at approximately 40 students overall. Student contacts, knowing that that number can vary based on student need. How will contracted supports be monitored and documented for implementation? And what will communication look like between mentors and site personnel? The mentors will schedule weekly meetings with site administration. Those meetings will be conducted to monitor progress and address or adjust support as needed for individual students. How are students identified for support? Students who have challenges as a result of some family circumstances would be identified, as well as students who have already had incidents that have involved law enforcement or violations of the law. Students who exhibit behaviors or supports needs that staff are aware of, but also, again, open to needs that arise with behaviors that had not previously existed. How will mentors be held accountable for professional expectations? Stealth administration, including administration that's specifically assigned to Pershing mentors, will check in a minimum of weekly with the mentors on site. Mentors will also be keeping a daily log. That log will document document who they saw and notes on the content and purpose of the support time with the students they're mentoring. To answer the question in regards to the purpose of the Equity Multiplier Funds, those local control funding formula Equity Multiplier, it's a program that provides extra funding to California schools that have a high rate of non-stability and socioeconomic disadvantaged students. And in conclusion, the minimum requirements for Stealth mentors, that would be an MSW, which is a Master of Social Work. We feel that this would be an excellent pilot for our students, and administration is recommending approval.
Questions or comments from the board? Trustee Kirk.
Thank you, Mr. Garrett, for providing so much of that information.
You're welcome.
So I have a couple of questions that seem to have not been addressed. I did notice that the contract is still noted to begin January 14th. It is January 28th. Could you tell or give an approximation of how long it would take to onboard the mentors and get the program started at Pershing? Because we're paying for 6 months, but we're already down to 5.
So we would work with Stealth to amend that contract to reflect the February 1 start date and amend the total amount of that contract to reflect not having services during the month of January.
All right. Secondly, a little bit about sustainability. So we did get some information about how students are going to be identified and how they're going to be keeping track of the interactions that they have, but still no indication of what we're considering success for sustainability. This is just a contract just through June. And so what evaluation tool are we using to see if this is going to be something that can continue on? I understand that this is a pilot program. And so is there an evaluation tool to see, is this a contract that we will be considering again in the future?
Typically, we would look at the overall metrics of all the students. So again, we have the overall metric in regards to overall attendance for the students that are being supported. We would definitely look at individual student success as individual goals will also be applied. We'll also be looking at academic success for the students that are supported in courses completed and course credits earned. We would also be doing the anecdotal empathy type interviews, talking to students, getting feedback on how they felt about the experience with the mentors. And then we would take all of that information and we would put it together and analyze it to determine whether or not we would recommend moving forward with a full year contract going into 25-26.
Okay, and then my last question has to do with our goals. I did hear we had chosen the metric of attendance and raising. You were saying it quick, so I tried to write it down quick. 80.2 to 82%. Was that
correct?
Correct.
2% over the 4 months.
So attendance is one, but do we have any other what we call like the SMART goals that are specific and measurable, achievable? Those type of goals, other than that increase in absenteeism. Do we have any other goals that are coming in with the pilot program that we could look at that evaluation period at the end of the contract?
Yes, and I think that's where we would have to identify with specific students what that need is. So if a student is credit deficient, a goal that we could measure, which would be included in our metrics, would be overall academic performance. So are we seeing students increase? They had credit deficiency of 75 credits at this time. That was an area of support. By the time we get to June, they have made up X number of credits and that met the goal, then we could deem that that was an area of success. So overarching, because we recognize that attendance is a metric that needs to improve at Pershing, currently at the 80.2%, we felt that that would be a good overarching metric. As getting students to school sometimes has to do with the social emotional needs or some of the struggles at home. And so as that support really aims to help in those areas, we felt that would be a good overarching goal for all students that are participating, but we would absolutely within those individual metrics see how students did progress or meet those goals as individuals to also determine that individual success.
Can I just, if I could follow up, just my last question. I am new to looking at these contracts for mentoring programs for our students in our high school, our students who need a little more services, a little more wraparound. This seems really expensive to me. The startup seems expensive and the cost per month seems expensive for a program, a pilot program that's only going to run now 5 months, not 6 months. So that is still a concern of mine, that $30,000 initial cost. And then that $10,000 a month cost seems high for a pilot program. I think that's my last statement.
Trustee Chavez and then Trustee Sellers.
So I think I'm just a little confused because I've had the benefit of being able to get some additional questions answered, and I want to thank Superintendent Davis for her help in that area. So I really appreciate that. This contract looks very similar to what we saw last week. So you shared with us verbally some of the answers to the questions that I wanted to have included in the contract, but none of that information is reflected here. So is this the document that we would be signing and we would be committing to as a district?
No, we would be updating the contract to reflect the February 1 start date and any adjustments to the contract.
Okay. So I think I'm just a little confused because I wouldn't feel comfortable approving this. Primarily because if we're going to include new information, we're going to be changing dates. We're basically kind of going off of your word that these things are going to be changed in the future. That's concerning to me. Also, one of the things that we had talked about last time was we talked about the qualifications of the mentors. Specifically, I know we discussed MSWs. So are we saying now that all mentors that are going to be hired have a minimum of a master's degree?
I'm not making a decision district-wide in regards to the minimum qualifications for a mentor. That is
no, I mean for this contract.
That's for the minimum qualifications for the mentors that are part of the STEALTH program.
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
Yes,
yeah.
okay.
So
Sorry.
yeah, for this program, so we're going to have nobody like lower than a master's degree.
That's the minimum requirement for mentors at STEALTH.
Okay. And then, so kind of going off of what Trustee Kirk said, So I saw here $30,000 for administrative costs. I think that that needs to be broken down in more detail for me to feel comfortable with that. Administrative costs could mean back-end support on the office, that could mean supplies, that could mean any kind of personnel kind of stuff. So 30,000 is really high. I see these contracts all the time. And then 50,000 for 5 months, 10,000 per month. Again, concerning on the cost. So one of the things that I kind of walked away thinking about, and this is probably a question that I don't know if we can answer here, is there a deadline to spend these multiplier funds? Is there are we in a use it or lose it type situation? If we don't spend by June 30, do we have to return those funds back to the state? It just feels a little rushed to approve this contract.
No, we do not have to.
Okay.
In regards to the allocation of that amount does go to administrative support and services. It does go to some of the things that you mentioned. It also goes to support the family component, which is something that was unique to Stealth. Part of the work that they do is they meet with the students during the day, but they also meet with families and students outside of the day. They do whole group family activities and sessions where all the families and the students who meet individually can come together as a group to work through different things as well. And they also provide a minimum of 1, possibly 2 in the shortened amount of time, actually family events. And those can range from anything from a structured day at a park where they're getting family members out there. And again, just part of the program itself and the support to the families. Could also be a trip to the aquarium, things of that nature. So some of those fundings also go to support those aspects of the program as well, in addition to what's happening to make sure that the on-site mentorship is happening. We also did look at some other possibilities, and when we did get information from another company who by their own account didn't specialize in continuation high school settings, said they could do secondary, but really their focus was elementary and middle school. For a 7-month program, which included administrative fees, they quoted us at $75,000, and that did not include any of the family engagement or the family opportunities, just what they would do with students during the day.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Did Trustee Career have a response to that? And then Trustee Sellers, and then I see Trustee Sadu.
Yeah, I have some recommendations. So what we would do would be whoever makes a motion, or if you tell me what you want, I would ask that we get some feedback from Area Administrator Garrett to determine whether that would be an issue. But if it's like a February 1st kind of concern, if we're asking for then a copy of the revised contract, we can include that in the motion so that then that's going to be binding. Admin cannot contract outside of that, otherwise they've engaged in a whole bunch of other issues and potential liability. So we do have a mechanism of making a motion that includes all of the concerns or all of the requirements for the contract, and then I would recommend that then we ask that a copy of the revised executed agreement then is shared with us Friday report or come back, returns as an information item. There were other concerns that you had, so I'm not sure that both of you had, so I'm not sure if that'll fix everything. But those are our options so that we can allow this campus to contract and get the services that they're asking for.
Trustee Sellers?
Mr. Garrett, can you please clarify for me, the students and families that are going to be receiving this support are some of our most at risk within the district?
Correct.
And they are currently not receiving anything, correct? Outside of
what the school
staff
is
trying to do.
correct.
The previous contract is no longer available because that company is no longer available. They're no longer around.
And not a company that we have access to, correct.
And the district has tried to find other services through other programs.
We did.
And this pilot program was created in an effort to bridge that gap and get those students and families that support that's needed right now?
It was.
Okay. I've said this before, the purpose of this contract is not to replace what we had because it's necessarily better. It is, we need this right now. These students and families need these services right now.
Correct.
the longer that we discuss the formalities of this, those students and families are going without.
That would be correct.
Okay. Again, this is only a 6-month contract, or less than 6 months now, and we have time to develop criteria to evaluate whether or not we're going to move forward and retain these services, or buy us a little more time to find another company that can provide the services that we're all looking for.
We would be able to do so, yes.
Okay. With all of that said, I think it's important that these families and students get the help that they need. We've put them on hold for too long, at no fault of their own. We've tried to find other options unsuccessfully. The police and fire chaplaincy is stepping in to fill a need. And the longer we wait and draw this out, those families are going without. So I'd like to make a motion to approve this contract tonight.
Are you making a motion right now, or can we continue the discussion? Sorry, I'm just understanding the way you're phrasing it.
I would like to approve the contract as it's written. If I have a second, that we can continue discussion. If I'm not, the rest of the board doesn't support the way I see it, then everyone can speak up. But I think this is the direction we should go.
So we have a motion by Trustee Sellers.
I will second so we can continue discussion and possibly entertain friendly amendments that were, I think, hinted at before. But I'd like to ask a question. It's all right, President Singh. So when did our last contract expire? They're providing mentoring services for students at Pershing.
It was at the end of the summer.
Okay. And so why did it take from then till January for us to be presented with this information?
So we spent the beginning of the year looking at what options would be available, maybe some different routes that we could go to provide the similar type of support. In doing so, then landed with Project Stealth. We met with Project Stealth and district administration. That took time to put together what the services could look like, put the contract together, put all the pieces together, and brought it for information in December. So it was just the time to go through those processes.
Which month did you meet with Project Stealth?
October, I believe.
Okay. I think my main concern, which I think other trustees share, is that the students at this campus went an entire semester without mentoring services at all, and these students can benefit from mentoring services. So I am troubled with it waiting so long, and this is part of a larger issue I feel as well with the entire district of us getting contracts right before or at or after a deadline and then feeling we have to approve it now, otherwise students suffer. Yes, students will if we don't approve this tonight, but I don't like that we're put in this position across various issues, across sites, and I continue to be frustrated with this.
Understood.
Trustee Sidhu and then Trustee Sellers.
Just a quick point of clarification. One of the board members had asked if we considered other mentor providers, and then what happened to the one we used to contract with. And then the reasoning was provided. You did mention the previous contract we had. However, there's the second contractor other than Stealth that's mentioned in there, but there's no example provided. I just wanted to clarify, was that the one that didn't provide the secondary school services?
Yes, that was the one I described earlier.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Sellers?
Another thing I'd like to add and ask, the 2 years I've been on the school board, we've approved numerous contracts, some for emotional behavioral supports that are at different school sites and address certain age groups and such. So many to the point that I don't even remember all of them. Can the administration provide a presentation and recap what services we're contracting with, review the cost of those, and kind of a review of the success of those programs so we can continue to evaluate whether moving forward with those are appropriate. Kind of a who, what, where.
So I'll capture that and we'll follow up with administration to make sure. So at this point, we have a motion by trustee Sellers to approve the contract as written, and we have a second by trustee Kerfan to approve the contract as written. Oh, sorry, trustee Chavez.
There's just one last thing before we vote. So I think it's just really important that I state I was a clinician for 9 years, practiced in the field, community based, worked at Pershing. So didn't share that with you earlier, probably should have. I've seen these contracts. I've watched these contracts. I think we have to be so concrete and so careful whenever we go outside the district. Our partners, everybody that we're working with, these are very vulnerable young people. Not that I'm preaching to the choir, but I just want the community to understand. By no means would I withhold counseling services or ever recommend that we withhold supportive services. It's the opposite. We need to be extra careful and scrutinize all of these contracts as closely as we possibly can. And so I really want to thank the board for working so closely on this particular issue. And just in good faith, I know I'm new on the board, so I absolutely want to be collaborative. One thing that I would ask if we do approve this today, if it's a pilot, I want to, and I don't know if this is possible, so Trustee Carrillo, you could help me. Is there a way that if we do vote on this tonight, that we could, as a board, request that we have some sort of comprehensive report of outcomes at the conclusion of this pilot, so that way we could be looking closely at it, so that way we can look and make an informed decision in the future academic year?
You can either, well, it would require that we make another motion, or you both withdraw your motions and make a new motion reflecting approval of the contract with a revised contract date of when services are to begin, a revised contract with the value, and then that a comprehensive report be provided to the board identifying the number of students served, the effectiveness, and if there's something else. So the easiest way would be if you both withdraw your motion, is the answer to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we have a withdrawal of the formal, the current motion of the contract as written. And now we are going to, so as I'm understanding, and then a new motion can be made, would be a new contract with the date of actual services, to include a report at the end of the contract of all at least some of the metrics that Trustee Chavez has talked about. And also, I'll probably just add, just to enshrine at least the one metric, Area Administrator Garrett, that you had included. I didn't see it in there. If we could at least formally have that included, the increase in attendance.
Have the attendance metric included in the contract as a metric?
We'll do. As a metric.
Will do.
Can I make that as my motion?
So we have Trustee Sellers making the revised motion as his motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay.
Can we articulate more clearly, because our minutes should reflect the actual motion being made? I would propose the following. Approval of the Project Stealth mentoring contract with the following revisions to the contract: a start date to reflect the actual start date, no earlier than January 28th, an adjustment to the amount of the contract to reflect the revised start of the contract date, that a copy be provided of the revised finalized contract to the board, that a matrix be provided and a comprehensive report including the number of students served, attendance or participation of families and students served. Anything else?
The MSW requirement?
That an MSW is mandatory for the mentors.
Okay. You would like that in the contract?
Yes.
The mentors?
Yes.
Okay.
Anything else?
Trustee Kerfan?
Doesn't need to be in the motion, but I would like.
Okay, then.
Okay.
Pause.
All right.
I'd like to make a motion to. Oh, so moved.
So we have a motion by trustee Sellers.
Second.
We have a second by trustee Sidhu. Those in favor, please.
Hold on, now we have
Okay.
another comment.
Okay, now we can have another comment by trustee Kirfan.
My direction for the administration is that since mentorship for students is important, especially at Pershing, whether the board, after this pilot, approves Stealth or any other contractors, that we go out to bid and that it be presented to us before the end of the first semester. It should be before the first semester of the following school year.
Thank you. So motion by trustee Sellers, second by trustee Sidhu. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Those abstaining, motion carries 6-1.
Thank you.
We move to item number 5, to approve the school accountability report cards. Area administrators Pennington, Garrett, and Fowler.
Good evening, Board President Singh, Superintendent Davis, and members of the board. This item is returning for action. The school accountability report cards, once again, SARCs, are required for schools to receive state and federal funds. Ed Code requires approval of SARCs by February 1st each year. And the purpose of the report card is to provide parents and community with important information regarding each school. The administration is recommending approval, and we are here happy to answer any questions.
Questions or comments from the board? Do I have a motion on this item?
I move to approve the school accountability report cards presented.
Second.
We have a motion by trustee Carrillo. We have a second by trustee Kirk. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Those abstaining, motion carries 7-0. Thank you. We move to item number 6, approve student and family services site coordinator job description. Assistant Superintendent, Dr. Lopez.
Hello again. The Student and Family Services Site Coordinator job description presented to you this evening aligns with the California Community Schools Partnership Program. It ensures appropriate running of the CCSPP at 5 of the 6 school sites that received the grant funding, and these positions will ensure 5 of the sites are identified or provided with this coordinator position to ensure appropriate support to lead the programs in compliance with the grant. Administration is recommending that this item be approved, and I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
President Singh, we do have a comment from the public on this item.
Yeah, Clerk Kirfan.
Our comment, it comes from Laura Bolton with CUDA, and you will have 3 minutes.
Really quick before I begin, I apologize to you, Jaspreet, for saying your name wrong earlier. I'd like to request a couple of extra minutes because I do represent approximately 900 people in a collective bargaining group. So this is a very important item to us. This is a common practice in other school districts for the bargaining unit lead to be able to speak for a little additional time.
President Singh, does the clerk have that discretionary power?
I don't believe so. So, but let's reset their time to the beginning.
Thank you. Okay. I forwarded an email to all of you, so if you'd like to take a look at it while I'm speaking, you're welcome to. There are some attachments that I'm going to be referring to. I forwarded an email to you that was sent to me by Dr. Lopez on November 4th. I requested information about the budget for the community schools coordinator position. We had some meetings, and I met with her and Judy on September 23rd to discuss an MOU that I submitted last school year. We made some progress, but we came to a hiccup when it came to the site coordinator position. I was told that we could not have certificated people because the budget that was submitted to the state for the grant specifically called out a classified person for that position and listed a specific dollar amount of approximately $65,000. This is a classified supervisory MSc position that they're proposing to you, which is significantly higher. I was also told, and it's in the email that I sent you, that we are only allowed 5% out of compliance with what we submitted to the state in this grant. I did a little rough math, and if we're allotting $300,000 per school, roughly, 5% is $15,000, and this is a difference of almost $25,000 higher than what was submitted to the state. So I don't understand how we can afford this. So if there is some loophole where we can afford $128,000, almost $129,000 for this position, then I guess we can afford a certificated person, because the point of that position is to be able to oversee the educational programs happening at that site that are specific to equity and having to do with our students of color and making sure that they're getting an equitable education. That's part of what they need to do. Curriculum is a part of what they are supposed to be overseeing, and having a certificated person is important for that. Now, I also like to point out that in the project grant abstract that I received, that Central sent to the state, on page 3, programs, the district level guiding coalition that was established through the CCSPP California Community Schools Partnership Program planned a grant. The planning grant will serve as the central communicators for the proposed program, establishing a feedback loop between school sites and families to communicate about the need and availability of resources. Such a big change in how we're going to spend the budget, and there is no guiding coalition at the district level. It has not been put together. We discussed it in our conversations about this MOU. We agreed. Basically, we haven't signed anything off, but in conversation about the composition of this committee, all the conversations have been very good, but this is surprising to me because it was not brought to me, even though we have been in basically bargaining over this since last year. Not basically, it is bargaining. It is bargaining. So I'm frustrated, as you can see, and I'm disappointed. I'm very disappointed, and I don't believe that you should approve this.
Discussion, question, comments from the board.
If I can respond to some of that.
Sure.
So the cost associated to funding the position itself, we are putting the 5-year projection because we have to project at a 5-year just in case we hire an individual that has experience for 5 years. So the amount that you see as step 1 there in the attachment shows the higher cost. However, it's projected at the 5-year mark, step 5. The other costs that were not included in that email that you may not see are the statutory cost, including benefits. So that is why it's coming to you at 128. It includes all of that, which was not in the original email that she's referring to.
Trustee Kerfan?
Thank you, President Singh. I have a few questions for administration. Has the board received a copy of the implementation grant that we're sent to the state? Thank you. I couldn't find it in my emails. And so
I think it was a separate agenda item.
Yes, it
quite
was
a few months ago.
Yeah, it was presented for information, and it was attached, including these items were attached.
That's right. And then, Dr. Lopez, could you explain on the job description what FLSA exempt means? I'm not familiar with that acronym.
I would need support from my HR team.
Fair Labor Standards Act, that's what that refers to. And if they're exempt from overtime.
I see.
If it refers to exempt.
And will these classified supervisor positions be part of any bargaining unit?
They're considered coordinators because they will be managing staff as well as coordinating meetings, the committee meetings that have to take place. We need them to be flexible because some events, if a school site decides on a mentoring program after school, they have to be able to flex their time and come in later and stay later for those services. If they decide on a parent engagement night, then they have to be able to flex their time, come in later and stay for the evening event. They decide what that looks like based on the needs assessments that were collected from last year that need to be implemented as part of the grant.
Thank you. And my understanding is that community schools falls under your department, Dr. Lopez. Are you the assigned supervisor for these positions?
Christine Rodriguez is our supervisor of community schools and ELOP programs, but she is under my supervision. So yes, I oversee these programs.
I see. And do we have a district level guiding coalition for community schools, as the CUDA president mentioned?
So this was established last year, and they're the individuals that completed the grant proposal, that submitted the grant, that received the planning grant for 2 years, and submitted for this final grant that was received this year.
And did they provide input on the job description for the student family service site coordinator?
Yes, and that is in the grant that was approved by the state, and it was identified as a coordinator.
Okay. I guess my other question is, why is this position a classified supervisory and not a certificated position? I feel that might be more applicable regarding the type of work they're going to be doing regarding curriculum and working with students. Why was that not the way we're going instead of supervisory?
That is not the sole pillar of the community schools framework. The pillars associated to the community school framework they're associated to wellness, expanded learning opportunities. So we are looking for an individual that is able to go out in the communities, have connections with some CBOs, and be able to bring supports to the school site as identified by the committee at the school site. Now, the committee is representative of all the individuals that embody the support for kids at schools. For example, there's certificated staff that will be sitting in the committee. There will be administrators that will be sitting in the committee. Classified staff will be sitting, parents, students. So it embodies a large group of individuals to make decisions on behalf of the funds that are allocated to the site. But besides, I don't want us to get stuck on thinking just about the funds that are allocated. The idea is that we create a network of support in the community. So even if those funds are not there, now we created a compact of support with another entity that can continue providing those services.
My other concern is that, we're spending most of our grant money for community schools on hiring these classified supervisory positions, very little in comparison on programming, and it's for 5 years. Each year the salary goes up, but we're also not expecting to apply for the second round. So what happens to our community schools program in 5 years? Does it just vanish?
So no, one of the pillars is the expanded learning experiences, and with that comes almost like a braided funding with ELOP programs, expanded learning programs. So the idea is that when we hire these individuals, they're also collaborating with our expanded learning program coordinators, because some of these supports may expand outside of the school day as well, and that we continue funding through that lens. But again, I want to emphasize the importance of connecting with our community. We're currently part of the Fresno County Superintendent of Schools, NIC, for Early Matters, where we are building up the coordinators that would be in these roles to become almost like wellness coaches as well. And they understand now the connections to some healthcare opportunities in the community, and they can bring those to the school sites.
Okay. I've hogged the questions enough. I'll give other trustees a moment.
Trustee Sellers?
Sounds like we may have some more questions for this and need some more information. Would it impact anything if we were to table this until next meeting?
We are mid-year in the grant, so we're supposed to spend a total of $1,700,000 by the end of this year. If we don't have this coordinator role, my worry is those funds are waiting in a budget line right now for each one of those schools, waiting to be spent. We are in the process of already voting for the committee members so we can get the grants going. So I just want us to be aware of that.
Trustee Carrillo?
Can you explain the 5% deviation? I know that's come up every time, and these positions, I think this is the first time we're seeing the job descriptions, but we had this discussion before. I'm trying to remember if you were already in your position or it might have been presented before, but this is not a new discussion of the need for these positions, the requirement to have these positions. And I also just want to remind us that we've talked about this before. The grant is intended to help the district develop the processes and structure, and then we're supposed to be able to fund that. moving forward. So it's supposed to be a collaborative process. So if you can just begin by talking about the 5% and helping us understand so that they're clear, there appears to be a miscommunication, and so that we fully understand the comment being made versus the cost and then the 5% deviation.
So anytime we make changes to grants, there's a certain percentage of deviation or without making changes to the grant and proposing to the state for changes, we have a 5% deviation that we can have in spending out of compliance of the grant, you can say. That is, we are part of a network with Fresno County Superintendent of Schools around this grant. And they explained to us that we can't deviate more than 5%. However, we can submit revisions to the state, and if those submissions are then approved by the state, that recommendation, then we can move forward with whatever changes we want to make that are larger than the 5% deviation.
Okay, and so then my only concern is related to, well, not concerns, but I just want to flag a couple things with the actual positions. I would not be willing to support tabling this item unless we're going to provide clear direction or there's clear questions, because to me it sounds like there's a disagreement as not amongst our administration, but what classification, whether this should be classified or certificated. You're telling me that the grant says, we've said, I know you didn't submit the grant. The district, whoever submitted at the time, said it would be a classified position.
A coordinator position. A coordinator position in our district is a management position.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. Mm-hmm. And my only other concern with the job description is that I want to make sure that moving forward, we're conducting an analysis when we're requiring valid California driver's license in compliance with SB 1100. And so if that needs to be revised, I would like that to be revised accordingly. But other than that, I mean, I'm not sure. I have to trust your interpretation of the grant and make sure that we're in compliance. And if we're not, I mean, that comes at significant consequences. We can lose that funding. And so I would assume that what you've represented to us is in fact correct. And unless we're going to direct them to violate the grant language and require that these be certificated, I'm not sure what more information we need, but maybe I'm missing something. So if you have specific questions that can be answered today, then I would encourage you all to ask them now or express where there's a need for more information. Otherwise, I want to move to approve this.
So,
sorry, Trustee Chavez, and then Trustee Griffon.
So, I'm a grant writer. I know it sounds like I have a lot of jobs, but I have had a lot of jobs. But okay, so my question to you, obviously you've seen the grant. I haven't seen it. So when the language was crafted that it was going to be a management position, a coordinator position, with who is it? California Department of Education that's giving us this funding, or where's the funding? Who's the grantor?
It is the California Department of Education.
So my question to you is, okay, so we have this time frame with the budget, and I'm assuming that you broke down the budget for 5 years in the grant. They've got year one, year two. I can already visualize how it is. Okay. So since we are so far in the year, and you do have the spending deadline, do you think you're going to hit it if we do approve?
So we are looking at the assessments that were done last year, and there were areas that were already identified by some schools. For example, Tilly Elementary mentioned mentors. So we are looking at how do we get some of those services started with the funding that is allocated to the sites now, while we're setting up the committees at each of the sites, because those were already identified through the needs assessment when they closed the grant, when they submitted the grant. So there are some areas that we're already able to spend. Certain positions are already being spent out of the grant. The supervisor positions being paid out of the grant.
And I know what you mean about the 5% deviation.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming it's you can make adjustments within the budget within one line item.
Yes.
Like you can't move out of side object codes.
Yes.
I know it gets very technical.
Yes.
But my question to you is there a way that you could do a request just for this first startup year? If you don't spend what you need to in personnel, could you make a request for potentially materials or something that you need prior to June 30 that you could purchase this year to
Yes,
make sure that
we
you spend
already
down?
consulted with FCSS and our staff, and by April, we would need to submit the revision.
Okay.
Trustee Griffon?
Dr. Lopez, what are the effects on this grant if I were to amend it to include that the classification be changed to certificated?
So one of the worries mentioned in the past is the amount of funding that will go to the school sites from this grant. If that were to be amended, then a larger amount of funding would go towards a teaching position. Also, we would have to check with the CBA just to ensure that what they're able to do is compliant within the CBA.
Do you believe that it's compliant within the CBA?
If they're able to flex their time, there's certain components that were added regarding flexibility, regarding attending events in the evening, regarding, so I would just have to be able to check. I have not checked that.
And this is implying that it is a, FTE teacher. What about a teacher on special assignment?
So again, I would have to come back to you on that. I would have to check into that.
Okay. My other question, I'm not sure if I heard it correctly before. Did the Guiding Coalition meet with the administration on this grant application?
I can't speak to what happened last year. I was hired in May.
That's okay. I understand.
Yeah.
Maybe some of our
yeah.
other administrators could answer that.
However, something I can say is that in the report that was submitted, they did include listening sessions with multiple individuals. I did read that, including parents, administrators, teachers, classified staff. That was recorded in the minutes.
And I'm not going to hold you accountable for things that happened when you weren't with Central, but maybe our other administrators could answer that question. Did we meet with the Guiding Coalition at the district level?
To Dr. Lopez's point, there were listening sessions that were held with various stakeholder groups. As far as something specifically with a Guiding Coalition, I don't know that offhand. I'd have to research.
Okay. Superintendent Davis, did you have an answer to that question?
We had a planning grant. We had a group that worked for it. We've defined now the Guiding Coalition to include a group of people. And so the definition is moving forward for the Guiding Coalition. We worked with the NIC, which is a Network for Improvement for Fresno County, and included all parties in the planning grant, in writing that planning grant. We hired a staff member. There's a teacher on special assignment, and she was hired in advance of the work in order to be one of those figures in the process. I believe what we're trying to do right now is look to the grant to get started, to the community-based organizations and the potential sustainability of it. We do recommend the job descriptions as they are stated to begin this work.
Okay. Moving forward, as we implement community schools, whether it's this application or not, this is something that's very important to me, community schools. It's important to a lot of people in our community because this is how we're going to address a lot of the underlying issues that affect student performance. And I am concerned that we may not be doing this the best way. I also want to just make sure that we are consulting with, we have people in our community on our staff that are experts in community schools in this kind of curriculum. And I hope that we are including their voices so we don't have so many disgruntled voices at our board meetings, because this should be something that we're all on the same page on. And I worry that there's been a critical misstep in communication. Thank you.
I move to approve the Student and Family Services Site Coordinator job description as presented.
We have a motion by Trustee Creel.
I'll second the motion so we can continue discussion.
We have a second by Trustee Sellers. So I am going to ask a clarifying question, Dr. Lopez. So I think initially I was hearing the conversation sort of as a binary between classified and certificated, and then, but in the document it's showing that it is classified supervisory. So my assumption is that's actually management, which is a slightly sort of different categorization. So what did in the grant, is it classified? Is it management?
It calls out coordination and a coordinator, specifically a coordinator. A coordinator in our district is that specific position. Now, because they're coordinating services, they are coordinating committees. That is why we can't have just a classified role. It has to be able to be supervisory because of that purpose. That is what differentiated it between a classified and a coordinator position.
So in our general sort of bargaining unit classification, this would be under MSC.
Yes.
Okay. I think for me that provides a slightly different sort of conversation than the binary that we were talking about. Okay. Yeah, Superintendent Davis.
If I can just add, we wrote this grant. We wanted $8 million for community schools to get started. We want to sustain it over time. We don't want to create a system that usurps or contradicts any board policies that currently exist around any of the components that overlap between community schools. For example, curriculum selection. There's a specific board policy and there's rules that govern the selection of curriculum. And we want this grant that we wrote to live within that framework. It follows the state framework for a community-based network, as Dr. Lopez just described. And yes, there are various opinions on who should lead the work. The benefit to the structure is it will be at each campus, as is described in the nominations right now, required balance of participants that move forward with how the money is spent. And that's the reference to the Guiding Coalition. We have no interest in doing this in isolation, but we do have a large amount of money that we need to make sure is handled in a fiscally responsible way, and that the staff and employees that are working with our students outside of the school hours are supervised appropriately. And so to coordinate this, the job description is built with that basis in mind. I will also, to the point of some of you stepping into this, at this point in time, make sure the presentation that Dr. Lopez presented earlier in the year, as well as the original work which I think is referenced in that presentation, when we submitted the grant, was included for you. There is a difference in opinion from different organizations on who they want to lead this work. It's a district-funded grant, and we want to make sure that after grant funding is gone, as Trustee Carrillo mentioned, that we're looking at something, I think, as you were saying, it's something that we can braid with expanded learning. It has a common intent to it, which is to expand the day and expand the week for students and services. And so that is an avenue for us to move that forward. This position is very like the job description of the person who's overseeing an expanded learning program at a school. So it creates a space or a stepping, should the funding be pulled, should the funding go away from us, we really already have a structure in place to continue that work along. So I hope that adds a little clarity.
Trustee Kerfan, then Trustee Sellers.
Thank you, President Singh. Dr. Lopez, the position we're talking about that is a classified supervisory position is a student and family service site coordinator, right?
That is correct.
And this document is to coordinate programs and stuff. But we already have a community schools coordinator that is a certificated employee, correct?
They are a teacher on special assignment.
But they are certificated. I'm just not convinced that a certificated that couldn't work for this position instead of classified supervisory. The three things I would want to see in order to feel comfortable approving this would be a grid item as to who is on this guiding coalition at the district level, the initial grant language that was submitted to the state, and just an answer on my previous question on would we lose this grant if we were to change it to a certificated position or even certificated management? Since that management seems to be a critical part, why not certificated? Those are my three things I would need to feel comfortable approving this. Because I'm just not there tonight. I could be there in 2 weeks.
Okay. I can provide that information to you.
Trustee Sellers.
Please forgive my ignorance in this. The difference between a classified employee and a certificated employee is a teaching credential or a credential of some other sort. Is that correct?
Yes, a credential.
Can you guys provide a little more information as to, outside of the budgetary reasoning, why it's better to have a classified than somebody who has a credential?
So I can't say better because our employees, I mean, they all bring such wealth to our community, right, and to our schools, regardless of what classification they are. Let's just say that, okay? What I can tell you is I am going based on a grant that was provided to the state, that was approved by the state, and that is why I'm bringing this to you. So it is a grant that was approved that called out a coordinator role with coordinator duties, and that is why it's brought to you that way.
So that we're simply operating because this is how it was worded in the original grant that was written.
How it was worded and how it aligns with the coordination of services at school sites, yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask if we could table this until next meeting and give the admin time to find out if modifying this would cause us to lose this grant or have any other negative ramifications if we were to make some motions to amend it.
I'll second if needed.
So you have.
Yeah.
I would do a point of order. We have a motion.
We have a motion currently on the table. So the current motion, which was started by Trustee Carrillo and seconded by Trustee Sellers, was to approve the job description as is.
President Sink, can I withdraw my second?
I believe so. Yes. So currently we have a motion by Trustee Carrillo. We have a second by Trustee Kirk. Those in favor to approve the coordinator job description as is, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay.
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 Those abstaining, myself. So the motion does not pass as is at 2-4-1.
I'll just echo Trustee Sellers' motion to table until the next meeting.
So make the motion.
I'll motion to table this item to the next meeting. Bring it back for action on the, I believe, 11th.
I'll second.
I don't think we need to make a motion on that. That's just an agenda, something for the agenda.
Well, I mean, I think we do, because
okay.
I disagree, so there's not going to be consensus.
Okay,
But I
fair.
would suggest that you provide direction if you're requesting information. We do have the grant that Laura sent us in the email, and just for reference, when you look at each of the years, this is Object Code 3000, and it says 6 community school coordinators. And so that's the language, and you can go through and read all of it, but that's in your emails that was sent to all of us.
Yeah, I provided the direction for the next meeting.
So Trustee Kerfan, can you clarify the motion that you're presenting?
Yeah, so I motioned to table this item to the next meeting, February 11th, and then I gave direction for 3 things. I would like a grid item as to who is on our district level guiding coalition. I want to see an attachment, the grant information that was submitted to the state, and I would like to know the effects on if this position were to be amended to be certificated or certificated management, and what the effects of that would be.
So you mean certificated and classified management?
Correct.
Okay. So we have an amended motion by Trustee Kerfan.
Add something.
Okay, go. Oh, we have a second by Trustee Kirk and Trustee Chavez. You had a question.
One last question, and it's along the lines of what you asked for, Trustee Kerfan. I want to understand a little bit better because I'm not familiar with the HR titles, so I'm going to try to get up to speed as quickly as I can. I want to understand more about the role of the teacher on special assignment, and if that's a possibility, I'd like to compare that, the cost of a teacher on special assignment, specifically with the classified supervisory, and would that make a difference? And would there be benefits, pros and cons to either one? I'd like to see those comparisons. I can provide that information next time. Thank you.
Yeah, Trustee Creel.
Yeah, there is clear confusion about the use of classified and certificated. So I think it would be helpful, and if we need to engage legal counsel, I don't know how comfortable you are, but even talking about FLSA, because these are very complex issues that have extreme consequences from a liability standpoint. And before you all make decisions to switch this position to that, I think it's important that you understand those consequences.
Agreed. That's why we're requesting information and additional time.
So currently we have a motion by Trustee Kerfan seeking to bring the item back at the next meeting with seeking additional information, the three things he laid out, as well as the question that Trustee Chavez had brought up. And we have a second of that by Trustee Kirk. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Those abstaining, please speak. Motion carries 6-1. The item will return next meeting. We move to item number 7, approve process for naming the new elementary school at Shields and Brawley. Superintendent Davis.
No new information for you. This item returns for your discussion and potential action if you're ready. All of the same documents are attached from the last discussion.
So I'm going to share a little bit of information. So during my tenure on this board, we have had an opportunity to name at least two schools. And oftentimes, when people talk about the divisiveness, it's actually less been around the naming of the school. It's actually sometimes been around the process. And so conversations, and we saw sort of pieces of it, even in terms of our previous conversation, were really moving away from only popularity contests to really centering those that have been marginalized voices in our community and making sure that all communities are seen and heard. This particular school at Shields and Brawley is within my sort of trustee area 7. So I have had an opportunity to have some conversations with students that would be going to the school, communities, neighbors, and just sort of understanding a little bit what sort of a litmus test and some of the things that they're interested in. Just down the street, again, I live sort of kitty corner from this particular school, just behind the Rite Aid, on sort of in the Shields and Brawley area. Speaking to the neighbors, there is a park named after just one Color, and I just want to share with my colleagues why he's such an important individual to our community and to this region. So just one Color was actually a director of a bank in Amritsar in Punjab, and back in the early 90s, he, as a director, some of his colleagues stopped showing up to work. He went to their houses to inquire what had happened to them, and one of the mothers of one of his colleagues told him that her son had been missing for a long period of time. He started this journey to find out what had happened to his friend, and all along the way, when he went to different regions, other mothers started telling him about their missing children. Slowly, he recorded the records of over 2,000 disappearances in his particular region alone, and later found evidence that they had been illegally cremated and murdered by the police without identification or even sharing with their families. After he was a human rights activist, he shared his work in the UK, in the US, in Canada, Europe, and other Western governments. And when he was sharing that, many people told him, apply for asylum here, because if you return back to India, just as you have uncovered the deaths of these 20,000 people, you could be next. He was threatened multiple times, but he said, no, if I'm going to fight, I have to fight within the legal system there and make sure that these voices and these families have their voices heard. He knew his life was under direct threat, but yet he continued to always say that I'm going to challenge the darkness, and even if I'm just that one candle, that one light, so let it remain. For me and for many of our South Asian community members, and specifically our sort of Punjabi neighbors, he's absolutely kind of a person of admiration, because it's a story of loyalty and friendship, integrity, courage, and principle. His daughter attended Fresno State, his family resides in our district, and probably thousands of our families here in the Fresno area were able to seek refugee asylum in this region because of his actually direct work. 30 years ago, he was actually picked up from his house and ultimately murdered by the same government that he was trying to expose. In our bylaws, we talk about individuals living or deceased who have made contributions of state, national, or worldwide significance. Our core values talk about resilience, empathy, and service, and part of our mission has always been to embrace diversity, to educate our youth, ensure academic success, and empower tomorrow's leaders. Just Once in Cholera has been vetted by the city. That's why the park actually on Clinton and Brawley, just down the street, is named after him. His contributions have been recognized throughout the world through the UN, the US government, UK government, here in the state of California, as well as human rights organizations. And so I believe it would be an honor for the Central Unified to name the school on Shields and Brawley just once in Cholera Elementary School, and I will make the motion.
Second.
We have a motion by Trustee Singh. We have a second by Trustee Kirfan. Trustee Kirfan.
Thank you. I support the motion to name the school at Shields and Brawley after Jaswant Singh Kalra, and to explain why. Schools like parks, streets, and buildings are named after community members, usually, who are of great importance. That's why there's 1,000 schools named after the Founding Fathers. But with a local lens, we named schools after those who left a great impact in our community, that reflect the diversity of Central, like former board member Norman Liddell, the great Armenian author William Saroyan, former teacher Han Fantilli, and coach Justin Garza. They reflect the best of Central community and its diversity. The Sikh community has contributed greatly to Central Unified, and Jaswant Singh Kalra is an icon for our Punjabi neighbors. For those watching who don't know who we're talking about, human rights activist who brought to attention and found justice for victims murdered by corrupt officials and was himself assassinated in this pursuit of justice. The same government committed a genocide in 1984 in Punjab, which many of our neighbors are part of the resulting diaspora. So while our central schools currently reflect great people from the white, Armenian, Hmong, and Latino communities, I think it's time we name a school from the Sikh community.
Trustee Kirk?
I had a question about the spelling of the name, but I was able to get that. Thank you.
Trustee Sidhu?
So just to add on, a lot of the families that are in the Central Valley found home here because it is very similar in environment, in agriculture to Punjab. And the reason we found belonging and a sense of home here is because what we couldn't find over there is we found acceptance and loyalty from this community. A lot of the families that I grew up with have come here from a direct result of the abductions and the missing people that went missing in the late 1980s and 1990s. For us as a community, he is the one that stood up. Again, what President Singh had said, he stayed back. I mean, we came here, but he stayed and fought back, and therefore we look at him as a symbol of fighting for justice, a symbol for stepping up to the plate, and I think it is a important figure to represent, to acknowledge that whose family lives within our community, to acknowledge him as part of our district.
Trustee Sellers?
Having been around during the time of the renaming process and having had to experience that and hear from multiple different community groups, I was always in the mindset that naming any campus after an individual is probably not the best idea, as much as we want to honor people. And I have nothing against your suggestion. It just for myself, I think trying to find something geographically here in the area that represents everybody, that would be the direction I would recommend going, but those are just my two thoughts, my 2 cents.
So we have currently a motion by myself, Trustee Singh, and a second by Trustee Kerfan. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, please say nay. Those abstaining?
Aye.
Motion carries 6-0 with one abstention. Thank you. We move on to information item number 1, receive information regarding receipt of Learning Communities for School Success Program grant. Assistant Superintendent, Dr. Lopez.
I apologize. You guys do have it as an attachment. Do you have the presentation with you? Or I can walk through it.
Just before you start, I can send it over to you really quick electronically to help on the YouTube viewers if you'd like.
Okay. No, it wasn't. So in November of 2014, California voters passed Proposition 47, the Safe Neighborhoods in School Act. Subsequent legislation in 2016 established the Learning Communities for School Success Program, LCSSP. The California Department of Education, CDE, administered the LCSSP grants for local educational agency, or LEAs, in order to implement evidence-based proactive programs and practices aimed at keeping students connected to schools. Our supervisor of climate and student and culture, Cassie Smith, applied for the grant. We do try to seek out opportunities to receive grant funding to help cover costs associated to providing supports to students in classrooms. And we received the grant. So now, having said that, we are coming to you to provide information regarding the grant, acceptance of the grant, which is in a total of amount of $2 million, with feedback from our CUDA representatives, as well as our behavior support teams. And we have a committee, a behavior and student achievement committee. We understand the need for teachers on special assignments to be able to provide services to our classroom teachers and be able to establish Tier 1 interventions in the classroom regarding climate and culture, as well as providing guidance to schools to create positive climate and cultures. So because of that, this grant funding will be utilized to provide services through a teacher on special assignment in order to be able to give guidance and supports to our schools. This item is coming to you as information only, and to let you know that we will be signing a GAN letter to receive the funding.
Congratulations. Questions or comments from the board on this grant? None at this time. Thank you for the information.
President Singh, I had a quick question.
Yeah, Trustee Kerfan.
Thank you, President Singh. So the presentation mentions that this grant comes from Prop 47 from 2014. Is that correct?
It is, and it is specifically to the Learning Communities and School Success Program grant, yes.
Okay. So for those watching who have very strong opinions on Prop 47, was this funding not part of the Prop 36 that revoked that Prop 47?
So it was legislation from 2016 established by the Learning Communities grant. So I'm just giving a little bit of history as to how this became.
Thank you. Because I know I mentioned Prop 47. I just wanted to be clear on the history and if this is connected to recent changes in state propositions. Thank you.
Looks like no other questions. Thank you for the information. We move to item number 2 to receive information regarding district reorganization. Superintendent Davis.
Thank you. This is a shared item. I'll just do a brief overview and then have a few people who can speak to questions. When we have a new job description, prior to taking it out to begin recruitment, if there's any changes to that job description, they come forward to you. If there is any position that we need to add in order to meet the needs of our community, we would bring a new job description to you. And this evening, in light of our communication early fall, to begin recruitment for some vacancies that we have that are critical to our future success, and do it at the front end of the window. These items are coming now. The first item to be addressed is the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources job description, which you see attached, and just in title, we are recommending an adjustment to that job description to the title of it to be Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources and Labor Relations. It's a good moment in time right now for me to mention and thank our interim Assistant Superintendent, Eva Chavez, for adjusting her schedule and making it here tonight to make sure the questions that we need answered. Again, this is info tonight. It'll come back the next meeting for action, but that we can answer any of those. What you'll see both for the Assistant Superintendent and also the positions related to Child Welfare and Attendance Department, which we had said we would bring back in some discussion from the fall, and a need in the Special Education Department. Dr. Lopez, who oversees those areas, will speak directly to those. So I'll start with Human Resources, if you would not mind to entertain us. We'll go through all of them, and then to that as quickly as possible, and then tackle questions and things to help make sure we're clear or understood. Also attached, should there be questions, he just stepped out, but we also did a financial analysis. So anytime that we're bringing any of these adjustments, we're going to share with you what the impacts are, so if those questions are there. So you'll see the attachment for the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources with a recommendation to include also labor relations as part of the title and part of the work. We did make some adjustments in the work of the Assistant Superintendent when Dr. Lopez joined us, and we started the work of our Student and Family Services Department, and we did some movement of program in there. Knowing that sometime program moves, you'll see that we've done some strike through of specific program naming and tried to generalize some of the appropriate language that Assistant Superintendent Chavez has helped us to procure from other job descriptions. One additional component, and why this position we do recommend to continue to stay as a certificated management position, is we do recommend returning the induction program. And so on page 2, the bullet that has a strike through on number 4, I didn't catch this before it came through. I do want to make sure that the beginning teacher support, or what used to be called BITSA, does not exist anymore. It's referred to as induction. And so, of course, we would want to change that so we reflect the appropriate language. The support for that work used to be in Human Resources for some years. Then it was in Educational Services. But the work of induction fits really nicely within Human Resources because of the credentialing work. The components of bringing on interns and the requirements for their mentorship. It is our arm of credentialing for individuals. You'll see some other listed updates to the job description. It is not a major overhaul. And then I will turn it over to, I think at this, you know what, I'm going to mention also, because you had said it earlier, Trustee Carrillo, we did evaluate for this one, and based on the Senate Bill 1100, we did agree that a driver's license is required because the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources is part of our safety response team. They would be going to schools, they would be going to events as a part of their job to check in on staffing issues and oversee programs that they would be responsible for. So we did keep that on there. And the teaching credential, because they are responsible for credential analysis and approval of credentials, that's why that continues to stay on there as well. Dr. Lopez, if you can go over the other two for child welfare and attendance and also special education.
Okay, I need the graphic then. I'm so sorry. Back. Thank you. So in collaboration with our student services and special education departments, and also taking into account feedback that we have received over time from our special education task force, there has been a need identified in our district to have teachers on special assignment as well as coaches providing support at the foundational level, classroom level. So you will notice that in our first visual, top left, our current program provides for 5 program supervisors, which are in an administrative role in a way, in support of sites. We have one teacher on special assignment that has gone unfilled for now this year, and an instructional coach position. Then we go directly to a director position. What we noticed with this is it doesn't provide enough foundational support at the classroom level to teachers from teacher to teacher with the credentialing. And also, we noticed that a lot of the responsibilities that come from a director role, like oversight of the 504s for the whole district, the classroom transition program goes directly to our program supervisors. We also do not have that middle layer between program supervisors and the director. So if anything were to happen, as we have seen, it's hard to fill a position that doesn't create this transition. So what we are suggesting is the visual to the right. So the proposed representation of special education department, it has the director. We eliminated 2 program supervisor positions because those extra roles that they usually oversee will now go to an assistant director, leaving them only with oversight of systems and structures and supports to the school site as a whole, the administrator, the parents of that community. And now we created an additional teacher on special assignment from that funding to ensure that each area next year has a teacher on special assignment or a coach that can provide supports to our teachers in our classroom that may need it. Now the second graphic at the bottom. So our current visual of the Student Services Department has a director and 3 intervention specialists. As you may know already from my narrative, all the secondary sites have an intervention specialist that focuses on responsibilities associated to data pertaining to foster youth, our students that usually are historically marginalized, right, through data, suspensions, and you name it. We identify those services and we provide our intervention specialists with tasks and goal setting and checking in with students and making sure we're progress monitoring. Our elementaries do not have an intervention specialist, so usually the focus of our intervention specialists is to focus on the elementary level oversight of those needs. In our visual to the right, bottom right, proposed representation, because we've provided intervention counselors to all our elementary schools, we feel like reducing the intervention specialists to 2 will suffice the needs within our district, and being able to reopen the supervisory role that we used to have in that setting will help alleviate and create, again, the same cohesion. So if anything were to happen, now we have somebody that's learning from the position and assisting in the various responsibilities. One of our major ones is attendance and being able to identify all these you heard through some of the presentations, some of these gaps that we have in our system. We need somebody really focused on just that for our district and identifying the gaps and working to solve those issues with our community.
Can you also speak to the job description attached for the child welfare and attendance technician? I know it's not on your graphic, but we do have that job description.
I apologize. Yes, so we currently have an HR technician that works in the department and supports with the running of packets, ensuring that we provide you with the right information when student discipline cases come your way. And now that HR current job description doesn't apply to the role that they're serving in, so we are suggesting that we change the title to the CWA position that you have in front of you, with those revisions to match the current work that they are overseeing. We did check whether they needed a driver's license, and because of the responsibilities, they do require it. We work with, we call them families in transition, fit families, and if anything is required, buying groceries or whatever it may need, we do require them to travel.
So the financial implications of the job descriptions and in front of you with the adjustments of current vacant positions, there's no one moved out of a position for this work. Currently, we have vacant positions to be able to look at this restructuring. Total cost is $6,000. There is a balance between different positions. You'll see the financials attached, but I think your questions are probably within the job descriptions. All of these positions are ready to be posted and filled, so we're eager to get into discussion on adjustments. I do want to also add to Dr. Lopez's overview of both the director and assistant director for special education. We want to draw your attention to trying to broaden the scope of the qualifications of the candidates for this position. We've had various roles in or positions, people's qualifications for previous directors And so you'll see in the types of authorization that would be allowed would be for those that are authorized to oversee the work of special education and support services. So, and the reason support services is there is they do oversee nurses, they do oversee counselors, they do oversee psychologists who serve the general education population as well.
President Singh, we have a comment from the public on this item, and that is again from Laura Bolton.
I want to just quickly say that I apologize for getting so heated. I'm very passionate about the people that I represent and care for. And I don't like when I put trust in discussions and feel misled. But I also want you to know that I don't always oppose the things that are put in front of you, and that much of what is on the agenda that is really important and impacts the people that I represent was reviewed with me or, planned in some way with me. I am actually very, very in favor of the last item, and I am in favor of this one. But I do want you to say and to know that I did express some concerns about reducing the number of supervisors, and I do understand that a great portion of their current job duties will be removed and put to the assistant director. I am willing to see what this looks like in action, but I am also very concerned about only having one TOSA or instructional coach underneath them. I just don't feel like that is going to be enough additional support for our folks. A lot of our SPED department consists of interns and not veteran teachers. Our SPED department is very shallow in terms of experience. So I'm concerned that may not be enough for them, but I'm willing to see it out and see how it works. And I am also concerned about the psychologist position that is not being shown to you. Although it's been approved, it was supposed to have a BCBA requirement. I did work on that also through bargaining process, a demand to bargain for a missing district psychologist position. The last time we sat down together, Dr. Lopez and I had agreed that it still needed that BCBA, and that isn't what was approved. So I'm kind of concerned about that as well. Where will we get our BCBA support? That's a behavioral certification to help with the high behavior students in our district. And I was told in numerous meetings by Dr. Boatwright even that is a necessary component of our district level psychologist, and now we don't have that. Thank you.
President Singh, no other comments from the public at this time.
Questions or comments from the Board of Trustees? Trustee Correa.
Thank you, President Singh. I have a couple of questions, but before I get there, because I'm a little confused and I think there's a lot of acronyms, and this is not my area of specialty. Based on Laura's comment about the BCBA requirement and the missing psychologist, how does that fit in what we have being presented to us, the job descriptions and the organizational charts that you have, just so that I understand what we're talking about?
As our superintendent expressed, there is multiple departments that fall under my scope. So some of those under special education are the nursing. So we have a lead nurse in our district. We have a school psychologist, a district psychologist in our in that specific role. Now, what I'm showing you right now is the sequence of support directly to sites from a director, assistant director, administrator overseeing IEPs, oversight of parent support for IEPs, and that's our program supervisor, and support also of programs at the school site. And then you have the teacher on special assignment and school, the instructional, oh gosh, I'm so sorry, ISC, instructional support coach. So now, having said that, we did not include obviously the whole umbrella of the whole department. That would be our organizational chart that can be provided to you.
So we have an existing psychologist that was being referred, that there's a real person in that position. They're just not showed in this organizational chart.
Yes, and
Okay,
that was
and
an
we're not
item.
eliminating them.
No.
Okay. Okay. Well, that clarifies. So I am also concerned about eliminating the program supervisors because this has been an area that in my 7 years has had a lot of issues, and so I'm concerned about that. I have to rely on your guys' experiences and recommendations. Just know that I'm going to be very critical when we continue to have a lot of issues and our teachers are not getting the support, our students are not getting the support. So I want to understand, specifically with the director position, how many credentialed employees are they supervising?
So depending on the credential.
So the California teaching credential, because there's a distinction for the director position. The recommendation is being made to require either a valid California teaching or a services credential in the area of psychology, counseling, speech language pathology, or social work. So
I can like in our district, we have currently 103 teachers, certificated teachers, 206 paraprofessionals, 24 psychologists, 26 intervention specialists, 22 speech and language pathologists, 1 licensed clinical social worker, and 1 licensed marriage, family, and therapy.
Okay, thank you. And so I understand, Superintendent Davis, you mentioned that the reason for adding the additional service credentials is to have a bigger hiring pool. Am I understanding that correctly?
I think it's twofold. One of the things that we know when a new student comes into our district, there's also a review of the assessment. There's also placement questions that need to be interpreted, and having resources and expertise in psychology help with that. Our longest standing director for special education actually came out of the psychology field. And so I think the balance between that type of an authorization and also the credentialing would be our best case for that. So it does broaden the pool. It also broadens the expertise within that department, which is valid.
Okay. And so if someone hired only has a psychology, because it's not just psychology, it's counseling, speech language pathology, or social work. So would an applicant who only has a service credential in social work, or either of those individual categories, be equipped to do the work required as a director? So I'm assuming they're looking, I think, Dr. Lopez, you mentioned 504 plans, making sure that wherever there's a need for support for the students. For me, I think of 504 and our special education is really making sure that we're providing the educational, like actual teaching to the student. And so I'm trying to understand how someone who is a psychologist or a speech language pathologist or social work is as qualified as someone who has a valid California teaching credential. So if you guys can help me understand that, that would be really helpful.
Okay, I can try.
Okay.
All right, so the idea, as you said, is to broaden the applicant pool. So let me kind of break this down. So we already talked about the CDL and totally on board with making sure that that's a requirement for the director. Of course, it would be. The administrative services credential, of course, is over and above the base credential. So the third line where you see valid California teaching and or services, that would be the base credential that someone would first obtain. So maybe somebody comes in with a teaching credential or a school psychology credential as their base. Then they practice, usually a minimum of 5 years. Then they obtain their California Administrative Services credential. So that's the next layer, right? So you've got your base credential, the next layer. By broadening it to somebody that doesn't have necessarily teaching experience, although I have to say in my years of experience, the teaching experience to me would add much more credibility, especially when they were a special ed teacher. I mean, that would be ideal. Unfortunately, in today's market, it is not so easy. I mean, you all know that. We would have filled a position if we had plenty of candidates, but unfortunately we don't. So although we recognize that the teaching would be best, especially teaching in SPED, however, if we don't have applicants, then we're saying, all right, what about attracting somebody with a school psychology? And just to make note, I want to revise that to spell out school psychology, school counseling, or school social work. I need to add the word school. That's critical because I don't want somebody to think that just anybody in these fields. They need to have that type of services credential. If they don't have a teaching, even an SLP would be great. But coupled with that then comes experience. You need to have experience in the field that would help us believe that you are equipped to be successful as our director of special ed. So it's multiple, right? It's the valid teaching experience or one of these services credential experience, and then having served in the position in a district where we believe now you've got what it takes to be successful as our special ed director. So we put it out there because we want to broaden it, we want to cast a wide net of qualified candidates, but then ultimately it's going to boil down to when we interview, what kinds of questions are we asking to be able to ascertain whether they have the requisite work experience to be successful in the job.
And thank you, because that leads right into my next question. Okay. And that's my second biggest concern is the job description doesn't really articulate the type of experience that we're looking for. Correct. One thing I do know, and I thought I wrote it down, but I guess I did. The majority of the students that are identified as special ed or receiving some sort of support that falls under special ed, at least according to the California Department of Education, a super majority, 66% of them are Hispanic Latino. And I don't see, and then our next largest group are African American, we have white students, African American, Asian, 2 or more races, and then Filipino at about 15 students. But none of the language in this job description really articulates the requirement or the ability to then form questions about having a proven track record of supporting marginalized communities and developing programs or having that kind of experience. So I would like to see some changes to really make that clear, because then what is supposed to happen is that the hiring committee is supposed to create questions around that specifically evaluates whether somebody has experience versus I'm very great at public speaking, I can present myself very well, I can answer questions without answering the question being asked, and I'm going to be moving forward. And then you also mentioned that when we're looking at a psychologist, you mentioned that, and I'm assuming in your experience, having 5 years of experience, and that now I'm putting words in your mouth, what I then interpreted was the equivalent of then having the necessary California teaching credential. So if that's kind of what the norm is in the industry, then I'm concerned about only having a minimum requirement of 3 years, and whether we need to clarify if we're going to say it's going to be, if you don't have a teaching credential, and we're going to say these other school service credentials are appropriate and qualify you, then should we have a separate requirement of that experience? And then again, articulating specifically, what does that translate in being able to develop and oversee those 504 plans and being able to teach our teachers to do the work that they're doing?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think you hit it right on when you said the kinds of questions we ask. That's what we're going to need to really work on to find out if the applicants that made it past the screening, that actually get an interview, are equipped. It's all in the questions. If we're not asking the questions specific to what we expect out of Central, the Central person to be able to know and be able to do, then that is our opportunity. We could potentially hire somebody, but we asked something that isn't as important as it should be to us. In regard to the experience, you'll notice that it says a minimum of 3 years of successful administrative experience. So that one is very specific to, in order to qualify to get past go and to potentially receive an interview, you have to have at least 3 years in an administrative experience, right? So that's separate than what it took to obtain a credential. So in order for someone to obtain an admin credential, typically you need to have at least 5 years in your base credential, working under your base credential. There are some exceptions, but typically 5 years in your base, now you have your admin, but we're saying in addition to having your admin, so however long it took you to get your admin, you have to have worked with your administrative credential for at least 3 years. So that's what that first experience refers to. Now, certainly if we wanted to better describe the type of experience we want, working with marginalized communities, with all of that, we can work on that there. Again, just a note of caution is the person in HR who does the screening is going to be using this to determine who gets an interview. So if we narrow this too much, we could potentially be facing what we're facing now. And I know that in this case, I guess it isn't going to be HR who's going to do the screening for this one. However, whoever does the screening for the position, they're going to screen it against this document. So we just need to be careful that we don't make it so restrictive that then they can't get anybody to even qualify for an interview.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I guess my response, and not to you, but just administration as a whole, would be that I don't want just anyone.
Yes,
I want someone. I've been on the board for 6 years, and this group of students, and specifically looking at the breakdown, the demographics, the racial demographics of the students. I mean, these are some of our highly marginalized communities. The majority, and now this is just anecdotally and looking at other statistics and breakdowns, is the majority of our Hispanic Latino communities are primarily Spanish speaking, very little understanding or of what it means to have a special ed student, or even what educational services and programs are available. So I understand that. I think it's something that if we want to see significant improvement and growth and really have someone in that position that is equipped to provide our students, and then moving up, our teachers, our program supervisors, and everyone else in between, the support that they need and the guidance, we're going to have to articulate specifically what we're looking for. So I would like to see specifically identifying that they have experience in providing and a proven track record of providing students from marginalized communities, and then something around, if we're not going to require, which I don't agree with, if we're not going to require a teaching credential, then articulating more clearly what kind of experience we're looking for, and that psychologist or some of the other service certificates need to have in order to be qualified and prepared to serve in that position. The other question I have is, between the assistant director and the director, which position has contact or the most contact with our parents or guardians and our students? Well, actually, let me back up, just with our parents and guardians, as far as explaining the process, having those communications.
Program supervisors will have more direct contact. However, because some of those responsibilities are falling under the assistant director regarding 504s, the adult transition programs, the NPS programs that we have that we collaborate with through FCSS. So that would possibly be the only other position that has a little more direct contact with families.
I know I'm always in the minority, but one of the things that I'd like to see and for us to consider is then adding for our assistant director a language preference, and that being Spanish. And the reason for that is because we have 66% of our students, and at least according to the 2022-2023 report from the California Department of Education that make up the subgroup that receives or is receiving some sort of, or has been identified as special ed. So I know that then the response is, well, that reduces the hiring pool. But again, if we don't include these kinds of requirements, then who's going to prepare the next employees? Who's going to prepare the individuals who have those language skills? And sometimes the pushback too as well, you just want to hire a Hispanic. No, there are plenty of individuals that are not Latino or Hispanic who have the language skills and have that experience in working with marginalized communities that would be just as qualified to serve our students. So those are my points on both of those. A couple of points on the child welfare and attendance technician. So I want to understand why I looked at the responsibilities and knowledge and ability, and I want to understand why we require at least 2 years of college level coursework in secretarial science or related field and 4 years of increasingly responsible clerical experience in school district settings. So why do we require that, and do we have any data or information to support that having these qualifications leads to success in this position?
So the reason why we require the prior experience at a secretarial position is because of the level of confidentiality material that they'll be handling when creating a lot of the packets, board packets and information, as well as understanding practices related to discipline, related to responding to parent concerns. We've noticed that when we hire somebody new that has not had any experience in dealing with uncomfortable conversations, which happen a lot in our student services department, it takes a level of expertise to be able to treat individuals, right, with the right accord and professionalism, because we do get a lot of needs that come through our office. We have fit families that are going through extreme situations. We have individuals that are upset because of boundaries, right? So we need somebody that has had experience working with families in an office setting, dealing with those kinds of conversations.
Okay. But I think, I guess I understand that. That makes sense. Mm-hmm. What I can't reconcile is the specific language is graduation from high school with 2 years of college level coursework in secretarial science versus or related field and 4 years of increasing responsible clerical experience. So I get the second part. I guess what I'm saying is, why do we need 2 years of college level coursework?
That is something I can come back to you in.
Again, because if we want to create a large pool, who are we eliminating if they haven't attended college, but they have the 4 years of experience and it's school related? And then thinking about typically what individuals have access to college level experience and all the other factors that contribute access. So those are my points for us to consider.
I do want to say, I think we looked at other technician positions, and I think that's what happened. We aligned to them, but we can look at that.
And typically we do align them to others because, as you know, we have the salary schedule, and the rungs on the salary schedule are all based on education and experience. You know, historically, if you're going to be this high up on the pay scale, well, then you've typically had some college coursework to back it up. I know that might be archaic, but that is how these systems have been built. And you know, we can certainly look at changing that, but in some instances when they're represented positions, we'll need to definitely work with CSEA because they have a say in all of that, in the pay and where the positions sit on the salary schedule.
Yeah, I appreciate that. My response would be that the current position, which I know we're revising to reflect the work that was being done, bless you, as the human resources technician, the requirement then was 3 years of experience in clerical accounting work, preferably in a school district. And my understanding is that she was successful in her job. And so again, I want to make sure that we're providing opportunities for the most. If we have some other information, and I mean no disrespect by this comment, other than what other positions have, surrounding districts, then I would be more than happy to consider that. But to me, it's really important in at least the work that I'm doing to make sure that we're very critical of our job descriptions, so that while we are creating a job description to attract the most candidates, that it is in the best interest of our students and it's providing those direct services and aligns with our mission and vision as a district. So that's all for now. Thank you.
Trustee Kerfan and then Trustee Sellers.
Thank you, President Singh. So my first question is on the assistant director for special ed position. Because I don't see the requirements for program supervisors, which they will be overseeing, can you speak about the requirements for our program supervisors, and if this assistant director position is that, I want to make sure that this is not less requirements in a supervisory position than the staff that they're overseeing. So can you speak on that, please?
Okay, can you clarify that for me? So
what are the requirements of program supervisors in their job description? Is it more or less than the assistant director of special ed?
it is less. They are overseeing site running of systems at sites, where the assistant director will be overseeing not just specific programs at sites, in some sites actually with the adult transition program and NPS placements, but they're also going to really be supporting with SELPA funding, with Fresno County kind of programs that we run, as well as oversight of ensuring that we're in compliance with certain state mandates, and so it'll be in addition.
Thank you, Dr. Lippis. I understand that the job description is more intense for the assistant director, but the experience requirements to apply, which one would be more intensive, the program supervisor or the assistant director? I just don't have the information on the program supervisor job description.
So program supervisors do not require years of experience in an admin role. It does require an admin credential. The assistant director does require at least 1 year, I believe, of experience.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
And then my next question is that, and again, thank you for creating this org chart. Really appreciate the visuals. That's really important for my understanding. But with that, so we're eliminating 2 program supervisors to create an assistant director. So are we saying that one person can do the job of 2 people and supervise the other 3? Is that what we're doing with this?
The program supervisors currently oversee many various duties outside of just supervising the sites that they're assigned to. As I stated, our whole district-wide 504 plans are overseen by one specific program supervisor right now, on top of her duties. Many other programs are split. The adult transition program is overseen by another individual. NPS placements is overseen by another program supervisor. So all these extra duties add to their caseload right now, and all of those duties will be taken away and given to the assistant director, therefore allowing them only to focus on site needs. Which is essential, especially when we're going into our area framework. We want them to be able to help build cohesive programs from elementary up to the high school, and that they're supported, our sites feel supported.
Okay, thank you. And then...
Sorry, Trustee Kerfan, I think Superintendent Davis wanted to give you a little bit further illumination.
Before that happens, I move to extend our meeting past 10:30.
Second.
We have a motion to extend our meeting past 10:30. We have a motion by Trustee Carrillo, second by Trustee Kerfan. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Those abstaining, thank you. Motion carries 7-0.
I just wanted to add or clarify, there are 2 supervisor positions. One, the recommendation is an assistant director. The other is a recommendation of a TOSA. Mm-hmm. So there are 2 positions. There's a recommendation of 2 other positions, one of those being an in-classroom support position.
Okay.
So to add to that is currently our program supervisors support a lot of our teachers too. So that is why, based on feedback, as I stated, from the SPED task force, as well as our own department, being able to provide the opportunity for teachers on special assignment or coaches to provide that direct support to teachers so they feel comfortable, so they feel like that's somebody that knows the job at their level.
Thank you. And then within the special ed department, how many TOSAs do we currently have, and how many will we be adding with this change?
Currently, we have one TOSA. It has gone on field this year, and the instructional coach is also one.
And how many will we be adding?
So we would be adding one and filling the current vacancy. So that'll provide us one for every area that we will have next year.
Okay, thank you. And then in this org chart, we seem to be missing our lead psychologist with BCBA certification. Where did they fit in this org chart, and why were they not included?
So we have not had an actual job description of a psych BCBA. We've had a district psychologist job description. So that position has been filled, and we are waiting to replace that specific position at the site level so they can start their duties at the district level.
I frankly disagree. I think we do have that position in the district. So I'm a little concerned that we don't have the lead psychologist with the BCBA certification in this org chart. Superintendent Davis, don't you agree that we need this position?
We have filled the position of a district psychologist. There was discussion to have a lead. There was a preference to have it. We did not put that in the schedule. Yeah. We had discussed that before, and that's not in this proposal. Right. To have a lead position, it is to have a coach, or a TOSA, excuse me, a TOSA, and the district psychologist position is currently filled using the job description that already existed.
Yeah. My understanding is that it would cost the district far more to have to contract out for BCBA certified services should a parent request on their IEP. So where in this org chart would we have that BCBA certification?
At this time, we don't have one that requires the BCBA certification.
Thank you. And okay, that is all my questions. Thank you.
Trustee Sellers?
The program specialist positions, how long have those been vacant? The ones that we have currently?
So one position was vacant during the first semester. Individuals stepped into a vice principal role in our district. The other position is currently our program supervisor that's stepping in as the interim director.
Okay. Wait a second. I understand it sounds like the director positions seem to be very overwhelmed, and there's a value of having the assistant to take off some of that workload from them. It's confusing to me when I look at numbers and resource management that currently 6 positions, it's not enough to do this. And when we reorganize it, I'm going to have 5 people doing the same amount of work that 6 people couldn't do. I'm not quite understanding that.
So currently, we only have, I'm going to be frank with you, 3 program supervisors. And I'm stepping in to support the interim director. So we don't have a TOSA. We just have one instructional coach. And as of now, our numbers are showing pretty good numbers of increase of program implementation, an increase of minutes being entered into SACE. We have less litigation this year, so we are showing improvement. However, I agree with you. I need the positions filled. I oversee 6 other departments, and I really need a full team in my special education department right now.
So that's what I'm getting at, is that I understand we want to beef up one area and support, but robbing Peter to pay Paul doesn't fix the end product. If we need more help, I think that's what we should be looking at, addressing, budgeting, figuring out how we increase those services so that ultimately so the end user, students and families, get the help that they need. My next question is in regards to the intervention specialists. You mentioned that by reducing one intervention specialist, that'd be okay because we have intervention counselors. What do those intervention counselors currently do?
So our intervention counselors at the elementary level, because we have the intervention specialists in all the secondaries. The intervention counselors at the elementary level support with level tier 2, 3 behaviors, as well as ensuring social emotional needs are met. They're PPS credentialed counselors. And a lot of the responsibilities around their needs come from the BATE process. So it's a system that we have of support in our district to ensure that we identify students based on needs. And depending on the plan identified by the BATE process, those are the services that are provided through intervention counselors. Now, I mean, we can have students that show up dysregulated one day because they had something tragic, a tragic experience in the morning. They would be there to support as well with those kinds of needs.
Can you elaborate more? Who is the BATE team? Or BATE?
Our BATE team meeting consists of a counselor, an administrator from the school side, classified staff, our Thinkery staff, and what they do is they collect data on suspensions, behaviors, issues that are occurring in the classroom related to social emotional needs, and they identified specific kids that need to be targeted with supports, social emotional supports.
Every school site has all
Yes.
that staff. It's not a mixture of from here and over.
From elementary all the way to the high school level. And we have a district team that also evaluates that.
Do we have a policy on? I'm sure we do. That would provide me some more information that I can just go read up on that.
Yeah, I believe there's a workshop that we're working on, right? Yeah.
Okay. The last question I have is in the job description for both the assistant director and the director, the years service or years of experience. Do we have a definition of that, that it is full-time position, that you, this is your spot and you've served for a year, or are we counting you're temporarily appointed, you're not quite there, but you're filling in? Are we counting that as years served?
That would be more of an HR question. I don't know what.
Because I'll use an example. For me as a firefighter, I am an engineer, I drive. Occasionally I have to sit over and fill in the captain's seat. Does that count as years served, that I sat in that seat even though I don't hold that rank?
It's in this district, it's an administrative position. So let's say the person who's our interim, they are in an administrative position and our requirement says in an administrative position, it would count. If it doesn't say in a director position, right? If it said director and they're interim director, that's more of a gray area. But ours is administrative. It's very general. So in this case, it would count.
If they've been there for a year, not if they just sat in for 1 or 2 rides. That would not be sufficient.
Well, no, they'd have to have the years.
Using your example.
Correct. It says years. Our requirement says years. They'd have to have the years.
That's my questions at the moment. Thank you.
Trustee Griffin, do you have any other comments?
Yeah, one quick comment. Dr. Lopez, I'm not opposed to the assistant director position for SPED, but you mentioned that we have currently 3 filled program supervisor positions. What I am opposed to is saying our at capacity team. It was just reclassifying it and saying that we're now have a full team without filling the other positions by just saying the ones we have now it's a full team. That's what I don't like. I would like to see us hire an assistant director and also take some of the workload off, hire more program supervisors. That's my opinion. I know it'll cost more, but I think our special ed students deserve it.
Trustee Correa?
So I share the sentiment that both of you have shared. So this is information. For the next action, is there sufficient time to prepare a plan? Because this is what we get to control. We get to designate and redirect funding. That's the one major thing, one of 2 things we get to do, policies and funding. So I'd like to see a plan that provides you the assistant director you're asking for, but maintains the program supervisors. And then I'm not sure what we have existing, how that would change then your recommendations for the TOSA and then the whatever the ISC is. So whatever those additional 2. So, and again, because I know we've had issues, and so I know you guys have made it work, and I'm glad that you have, but this is also really heavy work that you're doing. And so if we can afford it, then we get to make that decision as a board to provide you more staff.
Okay, so to summarize, and you proposed with a director, assistant director, continue with the 5 program supervisors and the 3, 2 TOSA, 1 ISC, and the budgeting difference.
And also, I'd like to figure out where in this org chart fits the lead psychologist with the BCBA license. Thank you.
So the item will return at the next meeting under action.
Can I add one?
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
Sorry,
please.
Superintendent.
When it also comes back, I want to alert you, and I know some of you know this information, but publicly, part of these two coming in tandem is we have acquired a contract with Leadership Associates to do our recruitment and retention, not retention, excuse me, I'm tired, recruitment for the assistant superintendent position, and we have also asked that they conduct a broad search and conduct the work to recruit for the director of special education as well. And in that process, there will be input sessions. And so there will be information to invite not only the groups that this individual would be supervising, but also you all to give feedback on what we would be looking for in both of those positions. It's common for an assistant superintendent. We wanted to make sure with hitting the early season of recruitment that we could also do the same for the special education director. So more information to follow both for the groups that will be supervised by this individual as well as for you.
Thank you. Item number 3, receive information regarding change orders for Justin Garza High School Athletics Complex Increment Number 2 project, bid packages JG01, 03, 08, and 10. Director Rodriguez.
Thank you, Board President. If you will permit me, since I have the next 2 items, to bring up item number 4 in lieu of 3 and then fall back to 3. I have the County of Fresno here tonight, just in case the board has any questions.
No problem.
Regarding this. So, for your information tonight, actually, I'd like to introduce the Erin Higginson. She's the program manager for the County of Fresno, and Sebastian Ardhill. He's the engineer on this particular project. So for your information tonight is a cooperative agreement between the district and the County of Fresno. This agreement also includes the City of Fresno's participation in this project for a high-intensity activated crosswalk. The acronym is HAWK.
Just want to make sure we're all looking at item number 4 currently. Okay, sorry.
Yeah. On Grantland Avenue in front of Hernan Barstow Elementary School. The HAWK crosswalk will establish a safe and vital connection between the populated single-family neighborhoods to the southeast of Grantland, extending to the intersection at Bullard Avenue. The proposed improvements aim to enhance safety and foster better community connectivity in the area. The improvements include, but not limited to, the HAWK safety system and its signalization, bike lanes, new ADA ramps, new selected curves at various areas, median island work, signage, road striping, and some sidewalk extensions, to name a few. Administration deems this project to be a benefit to the district and is recommending that this item return to the board on February 11th, 2025 for action, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Trustee Sellers.
It's not a question, just more of a statement. Thank you. I think this area has really needed that for a long time, and it's good to see that we're moving forward with it.
Trustee Griffon.
Thank you, President Singh. For the benefit of those watching, can you please just inform us how a HAWK crossing will be different from a regular traditional crossing?
I'll defer to the County of Fresno's engineer.
Thank you for joining us this late, sir.
No problem. So, in a typical crosswalk, you've probably seen has either uncontrolled, where we see only the pedestrian crossing. Sometimes they enhance by adding flashing. When someone pushed the buttons, the actual sign starts flashing, right? This one is actually like a traffic signal. So it means it's activated by pedestrian, but from the moment the pedestrian pushed the button, there is a signal on top, like a traffic signal, that goes from being blackout, basically, turn off, to a sequence of going through a yellow to start warning people, hey, this is going to turn red, and then goes into a permanent red. At that point, it's a signal, and vehicles must stop. It's not about yelling, yell. You must stop, otherwise you can get a ticket.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us this evening. We will have this returned under consent. Thank you. We move back rather to item number 3 to receive information regarding change orders for Justin Garza High School Athletic Complex increment number 2, project bid packages JGO 10308 and 10. Director Rodriguez.
Yeah, thank you again, Board President. For your information tonight are change orders for the multi-prime bid packages 1, 3, 8, and 10, and the attachments of the itemized summary for the Justin Garza Athletics Complex increment number 2 project for your review. I would like to explain to our new board members that the increment definition I just mentioned, in order for the architect, in order for him to foster a faster, expedited process through the division of the state architect, the athletic complex project was broken up into 3 increments or phases, if you will. Which included individual scopes of work for each increment. This one's for increment 2. Increment 1 is beginning of the closeout period. The increase to the project is due to the impacts implemented after this project was originally bid, and almost every construction project encounters conditions that require a change to be made to the original contract documents. Changes may be required for a number of reasons, including newly discovered conditions, design omissions and errors, or changes in the scope of work. And I would like to give some additional background to our new board members on bringing change orders items to board. So there's a series of vetting processes that we go through. And once a request for change for money or time is received from the contractor on these projects, they are vetted through an extensive review process, which include the architect, the district's construction manager, and the prime contractor. After the process, if the change is approved, then they become change orders and prepared for board review, and that's what you have for you tonight, before you tonight. This process is why change orders can substantially delay a project, because there's just a long vetting process. So staff has reviewed and recommends that this item return to the board on February 11th, 2025, agenda for action. And I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have on this particular item.
Trustee Sellers?
Sorry, let's see which one this is. This is the first for, it's including additional asphalt paving. Where I read this, that it was removed from increment 1 and added to increment 2 because of a water line relocating. Did we get cost savings when we pulled it from the?
You're correct.
Okay.
We did that. I brought that to the board. We got a credit on that, and we moved it over to the increment. The money carried over.
Okay, so this item's not really costing additional. It's just we didn't pay for it up front. Now we're going to pay for it later.
No, you're right. It's just a swap. That was the cleanest way that we could do that.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you.
If no other questions, we'll have this return under consent at our next meeting. Thank you, Director Rodriguez. We move on to number 5, receive information regarding repair and refinishing gym floor at Central High School. Director Bott.
Good evening, Board President Singh and board members. This evening, administration is bringing an item to repair and refinish the gym floor at Central High School. The gym floor will get sanded down, removing all existing floor wax and paint, and then repair any damaged wood and repaint the gym floor. This is all part of the larger projects at Central High School to prep it for next school year. The cost of the work will get done through Kaya using a CMAS contract, which is the California Multiple Award Schedule contract, number 420780089C. The cost of this repair and the refinish of the gym floor is $119,762.46. Administration is recommending this item return to the next board meeting for action after I answer any questions the board may have.
Trustee Correa?
It's on the item, but I just want to make clear, when was the last time we replaced this floor?
So replace the floor that is the original floor.
Okay, and the refinish?
Refinishing the floor is at least, I'd say 12 to 15 years. I put 15. I've been here for about 13. It hasn't happened since I've been here. When we inspected the floor, there are signs of it probably being a lot older than that, but we're going to go with a safe bet of 15 years.
Do we plan to put it on whatever list of maintenance so that before it's actually the 15 years and we keep up with it and make the replacement and it's part of our budget or whatever action we need to take?
So the wood on the gym floor is typically, that one's a little bit older, so it could be, let's say, an inch. And then when we do the refinishing, it actually sands it down.
Mm-hmm.
So the actual life of the gym floor is close to about 75 to 100 years, depending on how old. But this is older. This is getting to the end. This will probably be the last refinish until we need to go with a full replacement.
And we're going to have more use because we're going to have a larger student population.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Trustee Sellers?
Being that the floor is so old, and every time I've tried to work on my cars that are really old, I always end up coming up with new problems. Is there any potential that we end up needing to replace the floor sooner?
So this item was going to come probably about a month sooner, but for those same exact reasons, we actually went back in, met with the subcontractor, met with Kai out there multiple times, measured it. We feel comfortable knowing that there shouldn't be any catastrophic failure, that we're going to need to do a full replacement. But knowing that this is a safe enough and good enough to do this and not needing to do the full replacement right now.
Trustee Sidhu?
Yeah, just out of curiosity, if you know the answer, how much does a floor replacement cost?
So it does depend on like square footage. They did give me the square footage price, but Central High School's gym is smaller than, like, let's say Central East or even Garza's. Central High School's gym floor, I got a base estimate at about $450,000 to $500,000.
Thank you, Director Bott. We'll have this returned under consent.
Thank you.
Thank you. We move on to item number 6, receive information regarding extension of child nutrition services contracts. Director Engel.
Turned it off. Good evening, Superintendent Davis, President Singh, and Board of Trustees. Tonight I bring you information regarding the extension of child nutrition service contracts. Administration is recommending this item be placed on February 11th, 2025 board agenda for action, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Trustee Sellers.
This is basically the same contract that comes back before us quite often.
Yes, we went out for request for proposal last year, and then within that contract, we have a clause in there that we can go for 3 more one-year contracts. And so, yeah.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
No other questions? We'll have a return under consent.
Thank you.
Thank you. We move on to our last item of the evening. Receive information regarding state AIDS services contract with Caldwell Flores Winters Incorporated. Assistant Superintendent Iqbal.
All right. Good evening. This is a contract for the district working with CFW to see if we can obtain funding from the state for the VAPA building. VAPA stands for Visual and Performing Arts Building. So administration recommends this item be placed on February 11th, 2025, board agenda for action. I'll happy to answer any question.
Questions or comments from the board? If none, we'll have it return under consent.
Thank you.
Thank you. We move on to advanced planning.
No change on the calendar that's attached, but in front of you is a one-page list of the board subcommittee dates. It will be updated. We found a spelling error. My apologies. We're in the business of education, and we missed one. Please note we did list and stick to the times that you had agreed to that would work, and tried to connect those to when business is occurring that would fit well on the agenda. The next step will be, for those of you that prefer to follow an electronic calendar, you will receive calendar invites to add to that, and then we'll get ourselves started.
Thank you. Any additional information or closing comments from any of the board members?
I would just like to remind people that under this item is typically where we request any items for information or action. We initially added this line item like 4 years ago for that purpose, so that if there's anything you're requesting and there's consensus from the board, you can raise it at this time.
And we will follow up with the items that were requested during the flow of the meeting. Our reminder, our next meeting, our next regular board meeting will be held on Tuesday, February 11th, 2025 at 6 p.m. for closed session, 7 p.m. for the public here at the Central Unified School District, District Office Room 13. And we will return and adjourn back to closed session. Thank you.